All right. Well, I still find it quite funny that you know.
I'm going to pull up the thing and mute
Hmm.
the whatever.
Okay. Well, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the chaos that is today. We right where we left off. We're trying to figure out if Cristobal actually makes landfall. So, yeah. Hash Brown, welcome back. 2020 sucks. What's up, Bodie Norman? Hello. Get some of my lemonade. I told you all. I said I'd get another bottle of lemonade. Here we go. I'm getting another one. Quite delicious. Indeed. But part two of the stream. Part two. This is going to be more or less with the impacts of Tropical Storm Cristobal, as well as the stuff with the severe weather. So we'll take a look at all of these. One thing I do want to mention that was not mentioned before. Look at this. The flash flood warning here. Rain bands assisted with Cristobal is already thrown up to 3 inches of rain in that area, as well as the storm surge across the board. Definitely one of those things where people around this area are definitely going to want to continue to monitor all of this, especially with it already having gusty winds and upwards of 40 to 50 miles per hour sustained. So one of those things where people are going to want to continue to monitor that across the board, and people are going to want to be able to be aware, get to higher ground, turn around, don't drown in that general vicinities. Hannah Cavender, what's up? Riley's Road, hello. Yeah, that Hydra, welcome back, everyone. Jody Faulkner, what's up? If you guys weren't here for the first part of the stream, we were literally talking about all the different tornado warnings as well as the impacts that Cristobal will actually have in the deep south, as well as briefly talking about the severe weather risk up north. Now, because this is associated with both risks, we might as well talk about both stuff. So let's actually see what exactly is happening up north. Plethora of cells across the board. Not really with a lot of rotation, I will say. The Echo Top's up to 50,000 feet across the board in some parts. There is some general rotation on the cell down here near just to the west of Stephen. There could be something that is going to be really interesting, especially since it's literally following along the outflow boundary. So definitely something that people are going to want to continue to monitor. And just a brief explanation as to what all is happening up north. We'll get into the specifics, but I do want to bring in our special guests here. A lot of people have been asking for him in the chat, and well, you got him. Please welcome to the stream, Morgan.
Hey guys, what's up?
So he'll be a helper today again, as he usually is every now and then. So we'll be tag teaming these storms tonight, as well as the stuff with Cristobal. He'll be basically my information guy. He'll tell me what all stuff is happening around across the board, as well as possible other tornado warnings, other just warnings in general that I'm not paying attention to. To allow you guys to get more to allow us to get more information out to you guys, so that everything would be all good in the long run. So
Basically, I just have the bigger eye. When he's focusing on something specific, I'll just be looking at other things on the side in case anything is strengthening, and I can report back to him in case it actually becomes a ridiculous situation that he needs to interrupt what he's looking at that specific time and look at it.
Yep. So this is kind of similar as to how I approached Easter, the Easter outbreak, where I had a bunch of other people doing something similar to what Morgan is doing. However, because Morgan and I just kind of get so well together, we're chums, we're pals, and stuff like that. We just do this every now and then, even if there isn't like a big risk. But today, we did kind of need him due to the fact that there's just 2 different risks across the board, and it's going to be kind of difficult for me to go between the 2 now, since the severe weather is actually starting to ramp up a little bit. So please make sure to welcome Morgan with open arms, as you guys typically do, and we will continue to talk about just what all is happening in general. So let's go into what actually is going to be happening tonight. a lot of stuff could specifically be happening. Yeah, there is Morgan. I should theoretically give you mod, shouldn't I?
I mean, I was never
Theoretically.
going to ask, but
But you're already, like, you know, a part of it. Might as well.
true.
You might as well. Anyways,
I'm gonna point out a new cell that blew up on the border of what are those two states? I forget. Yes, North Dakota and Minnesota. Has gone severe warned. At this point, its threat is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and $50 sized hail. That's for Marshall, Kittson, Walsh, and Pembina counties until 6 Central.
One thing that I am interested about is the cell just to the north and west of Grand Forks. Mainly because there's still a lot of energy around in that area, and due to the fact that advection is literally going to be supplying all of these storms with all the energy it needs, there could be something that attempts to try and try and billow and start to form general tornadic capabilities within that area. Just by taking a look at the cell, it does seem to be relatively new. It kind of looks like it just developed within the past, what, I'd say 15, 20 minutes? Well, something like that.
I'd see it really I saw it really kind of blow up on satellite about 30 minutes ago. But it didn't really show up on reflectivity until about 25 minutes ago, like you said, 20 or so.
Yep, so I mean, these cells are now starting to form across the board, but it's going to be really interesting to see as to what all they do. That's typically what happens with severe weather. So many possibilities when it comes to it, with so many different factors. It's a lot different than the risks of tropical weather per se. When it comes to tropical weather with the outer bands and stuff like that, that there could quite possibly be some sort of tornadic potential in and around those popcorn cells that I mentioned. But even later, even with this,
stated by yesterday and what happened all in Florida with just those very outer bands. How many warnings did we have in Florida yesterday?
Too many.
Just lost track.
Too many.
I lost track.
So, I mean, it's kind of similar to how this all is, to how it is in Cristobal. But with severe weather, a lot more parameters that go into these actual events. So, as to whether or not the wind profiles are good enough, to whether or not there's enough energy, to whether or not there is enough cap or too little cap or too much cap, stuff like that. There's just so many things that could go wrong with severe weather, which is the reason why it's very difficult.
As we've seen for the most part this year.
Oh, yeah. So just across the board, it's very, very difficult to predict specifics. Even a general area, all right? A general area, typically, if one parameter goes down, the entire risk is kind of dead. So, whereas for tropical systems, you can already expect that you'll have popcorn cells every now and then that could possibly produce tornadic rotation. So it happens across the board, and it's there. So that's the thing that's pretty difficult about this. We've got an official report that Cristobal has officially made landfall. Land!
It's land!
Land! It did it! Chat, I came back just in time to see that it made landfall. Here it is. Land. Was it worth it in the end? Probably not. But you know what? We're doing it anyways. Look. Land! It literally goes right over the marsh, and then they say, oh, it's landfall.
I'll keep an eye on chat for you if you're looking at that stuff.
Yeah, that's fine.
JMJ says, any tornado warning yet in the last minute? No.
Nope.
Nothing right now.
Probably won't be for another hour, maybe. maybe around that. But yes, chat, land!
I found it funny how on call I was saying there should be a 15% sig, and instead what the storm prediction center did was move to the 10% sig to where I said the 15% sig should have been.
I did say there would possibly be a decent little tornado threat in Canada. That'd been fun.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
But yeah, across the board, there's just a bunch of cells that are forming in and around those general vicinities. We're gonna take a look real quick as to what all is happening in Florida, just to see if there's any cells that could quite possibly, produce those little embedded rotations. And I don't really see all too much. I definitely see a lot of rain. There's actually been reports of 10 inches just to the north of Lee and Madison in Florida.
Already.
Yeah, already. Flash flooding across the board. There's even been reports of all the lanes in Interstate 10 near mile marker 273 are closed due to flooding. So.
And it just made landfall now. So there's still a lot to go with that. That is dangerous.
Yep, Florida, and this isn't even close to Cristobal. This is the outer band that literally has been tormenting the entire peninsula. Yeah, this is Florida.
I thought you were talking about the Mississippi warning.
Oh no, this is not. Florida's not done when it comes to rain. Everything will continue.
Absolutely not.
The outer band is doing its own thing. However, there is still that flash flood warning that's actually in Mississippi near Gulfport as well as Biloxi. We've already seen here on Twitter to where there's already been storm surge flooding across the board. Now there's been more of a rainfall flooding event to where 3 inches have apparently already fallen in and around those areas due to the fact that one of the outer bands from Cristobal actually kind of just repetitively surged through the area and created a plethora of rain. Unfortunately for the viewers out there in Gulfport and Biloxi, I'm here to tell you that your risk when it comes to flooding is not over yet. As a matter of fact, I do believe it has just gotten started, and it will continue to pound your area with a plethora of rain for quite some time, maybe into the evening and overnight hours. So if you live over there,
this is the beginning of what's to come, ladies and gents.
So for you guys who live around that area, you definitely should seek higher ground. Turn around, don't drown if you are driving. You do not want to mess with floodwaters, especially since they can easily be deceptive as to how deep they actually are and can actually lure people into thinking that they can get across. Good chance is that you can't. So there's that much for that.
That's your bet for the most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the time.
Yep. So as I mentioned, Cristobal has made landfall, and thank God. Literally streamed 9 hours and 10 minutes of Cristobal literally doing everything it possibly could. Literally did a loop-de-loop, and then went in and made landfall. So I'm quite happy about that. But, we might as well continue to trudge onwards with what all we can see here. So, pretty interesting to say the least. I will say that. But there still is the risk up in Minnesota that we have to attend to every now and then. So we'll jump back and forth between it. That's enough for tropical systems for right now. We'll take a look at what all is happening up in the north and, just the northern plains. I'll go ahead and get my rapid satellite analysis for you all. It's just these little circles that are literally right around all the storms the entire time. What this will do is this will actually tell me as to the severity of all these storms and what they could potentially do in the long run. So this will tell me, so this will just basically keep me company as to what the live conditions are. Thank you for the welcome back, Laced with Lacey. Thank you. Sister in Jacksonville says the roads are nasty. Oh, for sure. How's my hot dogs doing? There's actually cheeseburgers, but it was pretty good nevertheless. It's pretty nice.
They're equally as good.
You get South Dakota storms, not much yet. Yeah, there isn't really going to be a lot of stuff around there, although there is a bunch of storms that are popping up around South Dakota already. I do want to take a look at these cells to see what the capabilities are for this. As soon as my GR2 loads, you guys should theoretically be able to see. But as of right now, kind of a lot of chaos when it comes to my computer, which is all the more reason why I'm getting a new computer. So,
Dude, if GR2 breaks on us again like it did the last time,
I will be big sad.
that's gonna suck.
I will be big sad. I'm not
Um,
gonna lie. But let's take a look. A lot of discrete cells forming out and around in South Dakota. What does this have tornadic potential? That is the real question. We're looking up 10,000 feet, so it's very difficult for me to say that this thing has tornadic potential at the surface. So, when it gets closer to the radar, I'll go back to entertaining that question. But for now, I really can't answer that right now. Very far away. Very far away.
that's another one of those places where you wish there was a radar right in the middle of all three of them.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. 90 mile per hour delta velocity in northern Minnesota. Yeah, I do see that. I see the little thing that's trying to form, but there's a lot of spectrum with and around there, signifying that it could be some sort of downburst in and around that area, gusty winds. So, pretty interesting across the board. Let's take a 3D of this cell, the furthest southern cell along the line. I do want to see as to the characteristics of this. It does have the little lagging tail. It might actually try and produce something tornadic along the line. I don't see any sort of rotation right now, as there wouldn't be until maybe later in the evening, but still, definitely going to want to continue to monitor that as that continues to move on through. Looking at Nebraska radar, there's literally a hook. Depends upon which Nebraska radar you're talking about. This also, yeah, which one? There's multiple.
Allow me to interject real quick. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Marshall County in Minnesota, Grand Forks in North Dakota, Walsh in North Dakota, Pembina in North Dakota until 6:15 Central for a relatively new cell that seems to be expanding out into a little bit more of a line.
Mm-hmm.
It's a relatively gusty wind threat with relative velocities ending up into what I'm seeing is the 40s and almost 50 in one spot. Decent sized tail as well, 1.5 inches. So it's just something to keep in mind if you're in those areas.
Yep. So you heard Morgan, new severe thunderstorm warning. Basically, the border of South Dakota and Minnesota, or not South Dakota, North Dakota and Minnesota. Basically, gusty winds, some spotty hail. Nothing really too much tornadic, but it'll eventually fix it. When it comes to the cell in Nebraska, I don't really see. There is a little bit of rotation, but I don't see anything that could be tornadic all too much. Granted, this is looking up 8,000 feet up in the sky, and another one 7,700 feet up in the sky. So it's very, very difficult to say what's happening at the surface. But that's the game we play. Guess we might as well see for ourselves as to whether or not this could potentially go tornadic. So we'll see. We'll see.
Nate,
go ahead.
Take a look at the virtually integrated liquid on the cell in the middle of the cell in the middle of the three. In
the one near
North
Steven
Dakota and Minnesota. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of rain.
Liquid is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this actually went tornado warn. Let me be completely honest. If it actually starts to ramp up a little bit due to the fact that it actually has a bit of a downdraft. Right now, I actually, for some reason, actually, hold up. Windows, show place file manager.
That's a decent inflow notch, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, mainly because of the downdraft in and around that area. Definitely stuff across the board to where people could be seeing those risks. So, I mean, there's definitely some rotation. You can see the brighter reds and the oranges moving away from the radar. The darker reds still moving away from the radar, but very much so weaker than the oranges. You can get that kind of overlapping motion to where you can get some sort of rotation. Actually, if I put the storm motion on it, I might actually be able to see, yeah, there it is. The red's moving away, the green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So that'd be heading off towards the Donaldson area, near and around United States Route 75, as well as State Route number 11. So people around there need to take your precautions. I wouldn't say get underground because it isn't too organized, but you definitely should get indoors due to the fact that there is some sort of risk, whether it's wind, whether it's the hail that could be in upwards of maybe even 2 inches, or maybe even later on possibly tornadoes. Who else is on call with me? As I mentioned before, this is a person who I typically have every now and then with me. So please welcome, as I mentioned before, Morgan. He's a cool dude. He knows stuff about weather. And yeah, fun times.
Alright.
He's basically just going to help me out. Whenever I'm not covering something, he's basically just going to talk about the stuff that I'm not covering, just to give out more information to all who might be impacted in all sorts of risks. Somebody asked about Orlando as to what all is happening, or at least someone said that something was happening in Orlando. Due to the fact that Orlando seems to be the hot spot as of late, I might as well tell you all what all is happening in and around there. Just mainly a bunch of gusty winds, some scattered storms. Nothing really too much that's organized, in my honest opinion. So Orlando seems to be all right for right now. As I've mentioned before, there's been a lot of thunderstorms that have just been kind of like forming down and around with all across the board in Florida. So definitely one of those things where people are going to need to continue to monitor that, even if you are in Florida. So please do monitor the weather. Go ahead.
With the furthest east storm at this point, this was the warning that was in effect for Marshall, Kitson, and Roseau counties. It is now tornado possible.
I think all of them at one point were, but then they lost their tornado possible tag. I wouldn't be surprised if this starts to ramp up. I see a delta velocity.
Aliasing.
I see a delta velocity of 120.
Yeah, not de-aliasing. We're getting a 108 mile per hour wind gust.
Oh, this isn't de-aliasing right here. I got 120 right here.
Yeah, so if you guys are in this area, you need to get under a sturdy shelter at this moment. You don't need an interior room yet, but it definitely could go tornado warned, very soon. So make sure you do know where your safe space is.
Oh yeah, Lake Bronson, Halma, that stuff around there. You guys need to go ahead and kind of get into your get indoors. I'd definitely recommend that. And then what I actually will do is I'll get if only there was a way, if there was a radar in Canada that allow me to see what all is actually happening. There's a bit of a dead zone.
Spectrum width is mental.
Yeah, there's a bit of a dead zone. I think that might be more open, but near Woodridge and stuff like that in Canada, we can't really see what all is happening there. Actually, theoretically, I could do long-range reflectivity, and there it is. So I can technically see stuff if it actually goes into Canada. We'd be able to see what all is happening around there. So something to keep in mind as it continues to move on through. People are going to want to go ahead and continue to take their precautions. But yeah, really interesting coming out from the cell near and around Lake Bronson and Halma, down and around United States Route 59. Definitely one of those things where you guys are going to continue to take your precautions there. I do want to mention real quick, the cell that I said that could possibly do something down and around that I said to the north and west of Grand Forks now is starting to get a little hook characteristic. So that's pretty interesting. I actually might want to take a 3D. I'll take a 3D on all of these cells just to see what all is happening in the updrafts and the downdrafts. But definitely a characteristic to where it could be trying to form an inflow notch. You can kind of see the little mini arch that I would look for. So there's something in there that could be really interesting. And these tops are actually ranging up to almost 40,000 feet. So down and around these areas, you could definitely see something that could turn severe. Granted, it is already severe. It could definitely get stronger as it continues to move on through. I'll take a 3D of the next cell here just to see. There is a little mini inflow notch, but it isn't really too prominent in my honest opinion. But you can definitely see right within here the typical arch that I would look for. So there is the inflow notch right around there, and actually the cell to the north and east of it, the one near. Which one was this again? Which one was the furthest northeastern one? What town is that near?
Furthest northeastern one, that just passed Halma to the west, and is headed towards Lake Bronson.
Okay, so Lake Bronson, that one also has an inflow notch, so both of them could be tornadic. That one was the one with 120 mile per hour delta velocity, so something to keep in mind from all of that as that continues to move off. Almost due north, so keep in mind with that. There's an Earth cam in northeastern North Dakota. You can see the storms. Could I really? Is radar scope worth the $30 on a laptop? It kinda is. I mean, it's just basically the same thing as what you have on phone. So if you want it for laptop, you could. You could save up for GR level 3, which is $80, or you could save up for GR2 analyst like I did, which is $250. But I bought radar scope because just in case if there's any events in Canada, I kind of want to cover that too. So.
And plus, when GR2 was down the other day, it was very beneficial.
Oh, for sure. Sometimes GR2 sometimes doesn't always want to function correctly.
Die.
Yep, indeed. So, yeah. It's doing its own thing. Yep, and I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if Cristobal actually makes a second landfall. It's not exactly going along the inlet, the mouth of the Mississippi. It looks to be actually kind of heading in the general vicinity of New Orleans. So that's going to be really interesting to see as to whether or not this will continue to march on through. But really, not really impressive center of rotation for Cristobal, but it's actually really very much so congealed with a bunch of other thunderstorms as a typical tropical storm would be. But really interesting to take a look at that. There on satellite. Let's see. The next advisory is in 1 hour and 30 minutes for that. So that's pretty interesting. And then the next advisory for Storm Prediction Center is in 2 hours and 30 minutes. So fun times. Let's see.
We have 3, actually technically 4 baby cells to the north of Fargo at this point that all have 1-inch hail at least. That just developed a few minutes ago as well, so that's
oh my goodness! What the heck? You're not joking.
I'm not.
What is this?
And the one near Ada already has a 66 dBz reading on it.
If this actually starts to pop off, this could be the tornado threat that you guys have been waiting for. There's a bunch of cells just forming across the board, chat. There really is. Hold up, let's actually take a
Their strength varies, but it's just all starting to explode, folks.
Here, what we'll do is we'll take the cape away and we'll actually show you where everything is going. Look at this. Here, I'll pause this and basically just go for it right here. These are the cells that we've been talking about in northern Minnesota. Those are the ones that have been kind of fighting with each other over dominance, and as to whether or not the intensity, well, it could intensify further into potentially tornadic cells, which they're already kind of tornadic, but they're not really all too strong. As I mentioned, they're kind of fighting over all the strength and stuff like, all the energy and strength and stuff like that. So they're kind of depleting each other. These are the new cells that Morgan was talking about just now, and there's even some more stuff that could be forming across the board in North Dakota. So something to keep in mind there. Bunch of discrete cells that are forming, and then there are some more discrete cells that are forming in South Dakota. These These ones I don't expect to be as much of a tornado risk. It's mainly more of North Dakota and into parts of Minnesota. As a matter of fact, if I pull up the tornado graphics for you all to show you what the Storm Prediction Center believes, these cells are
These are all
actually
these are all blowing up where the 10% sig is.
yeah, the baby cells that Morgan
So
was talking about is literally going into the 10% significant tornado risk. So really interesting to say the least, and even some of the other cells are starting to form across the board in parts of the 5% tornado risk. So something to keep in mind as this continues to move off to the north and east. More and more cells are forming, and actually, I do want to see if there's any capping inversion.
and the one to
Ooh,
the furthest north and east of Fargo has gone severe warned already for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. That's going to be in effect until 6:15 p.m. for Clay, Norman, Polk, and Mahoma County.
whew. Yeah, all of these cells definitely have the potential of going tornadic. They have their own little characteristics to where they possibly could. So across the board, there could be stuff to where all sorts of different discrete cells could produce their own tornado risk. And that's even the same up into the northern parts of Minnesota right now, heading into Canada. Definitely still some cells that are continuing to produce some sort of rotation in and along the line. Not really too organized due to the fact that they're kind of fighting over their own. They're fighting over their own energy, but still one of those things where people around in northwestern parts of Mississippi, not Mississippi, Minnesota, need to continue to take their precautions. Yeah, I saw someone in the chat put in Mississippi, and I died. Pretty decent
But yeah,
rotation north
so
of Diamond Head. Okay, let's take a look.
despite the disorganization of these and how they're fighting over their own energy, make sure you are under a safe structure at this point that will not topple over 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, because these storms are definitely capable of producing that and possibly more. So
Snake Doctor 313, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate that. If you are new, be sure to actually subscribe and share with people who might actually enjoy this content, including maybe even the last stream that we streamed for 9 hours and 45 minutes. I'll have different timestamps as to the stuff that happened in there that was interesting. Same thing with this stream.
It didn't even officially hit land.
Well, it did for this
Until
stream. Until this stream, but we literally live streamed for 9 hours 45 minutes to wait for landfall, and then took a break for 20 minutes, came back on, and then it officially made landfall during this stream. So it'd be fun. Basically getting everything in this one, so it'd be pretty interesting. But yeah, you can definitely see stuff across the board near Mississippi and Louisiana. There actually is some decent rotation north of Diamond Head, Mississippi, as someone mentioned before. So there could possibly be a tornado warning down and around that area. Definitely something to keep in mind, but you can definitely see the brighter greens moving towards the radar, the darker greens moving slower. You can have this kind of overlapping motion to where it can create tornadic rotation, and that could very well happen in and around those areas. So something to keep in mind as it continues to move on through. That's kind of similar to how the other cells will be in and around Cristobal. So definitely want to keep that in mind as that moves on through into the evening. Let's see.
Nate,
Mm-hmm.
real quickly, in relation to that subscription, you want to tell chat the story of what you did last night when you were messing with your thing on Streamlabs, when you were messing with your...
Oh yeah. So while I was working on my developmental scenes and stuff like that for whenever I released that for my new computer, somebody subscribed, and I literally out of pure instinct said thank you. I said the name, and then I said thank you for subscribing out of pure instinct. Bailey, what's up?
It was literally, I think, 2 in the morning,
Mm-hmm.
and he was working on his scenes, and he said, "Oh, blah blah blah. Thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it." And then right after that, he said, "I'm not even streaming." And I said that anyway.
I do want to report now that there's 11 and 3/4 inches of rain that has fallen over the flash flood warnings in
Holy
Florida.
crap.
So more rain across the board, more flooding, typical shenanigans. Uh, Definitely a flooding risk across the board, as I have mentioned before. You could definitely see that all over in Florida, in Mississippi, in Alabama, and in Louisiana as well. That's how you know Nate was tired. No, I just kind of, I don't know, even afterwards, because somebody donated to me after the stream yesterday. Literally, I was like, "Whoa, somebody donated to me. Thank you for the $2 super chat." And I was like, "Wait a second, I'm not streaming," but I didn't make it known. I was just like, "Oh, I just did it." And it was just, I was like, "Okay,
Oh well.
oh well, these what it is."
I'd also like to point out, chat, if we already have almost a foot of rain in Florida out of all places, which is getting the outer bands and not even the main part of the rain, or the main part of the storm, which includes a lot of the rain, even though a lot of the outer bands are pretty strong, we could be seeing another mass flooding situation, especially since this has really just begun.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are in those areas, or really in any of these areas that are getting the heavier rains, and that are getting the heavier rains or could be getting the heavier rains, you should seek higher ground if you can immediately, because it's going to get really bad really soon here. As early as, I think, tonight, we could be seeing some flash flood emergencies.
Oh, for sure.
Especially in those areas that already have a foot, like you said.
Yep, across the board, just really massive flooding risk down in the deep south. I do want to mention the cell that was actually furthest to the center, that was coming from Steven, now actually has some decent rotation. I wouldn't be surprised if this actually goes tornado warning, due to the fact that it not only has relatively above par rotation, and the couplet being relatively tight, but the fact that the inflow is actually quite unimpeded, so you could potentially see something in and around that area, especially with how nasty that storm looks and how the spectrum width actually is quite organized. So there could be some sort of lowering in and around that area, but as of right now, nothing really too much when it comes to tornadic potential. It'll just eventually get worse as it moves on into the night. Lacombe, Louisiana, how does that look? Give me 2 seconds so that I can get that for you. Give me a couple seconds. There we go. So we got... Oh. Okay.
And chat, as Nate looks for that, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Kitson County in northern Minnesota. This basically overlaps the previous warning that is set to expire in now, I think. This is also tornado possible and will be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you are in those areas, be prepared to seek shelter if a tornado warning does get issued for that area.
Yep. So Lacombe actually is not seeing any sort of rain right now. They probably will start to see some storms within about another 10-15 minutes. So people around there definitely could see another line of showers and thunderstorms that could move off through. As to whether or not they could be tornadic, as I said, it's very hard to predict as to whether or not these could actually produce, due to how quickly they actually form embedded rotations. But still one of those things where people need to continue to monitor that as it continues to move on through. Definitely one of those things where you need to be on the tip of your toes and always be available to whatever the National Weather Service issues. So keep in mind with that. Orlando, as I mentioned, probably just going to be seeing some gusty winds and stuff like that. A lot of people I know from here came from me from Orlando, so I'll do every now and then a little overlook as to Orlando in general. Definitely some gusty winds that you guys are going to be experiencing. Nothing really tornadic compared to yesterday, so you guys should be okay. But other than that, really, it's really just more or less a downdraft. What's Cristobal doing? Cristobal right now is kind of wobbling, and it already made landfall according to the National Hurricane Center. Even though it probably should have made landfall like a lot earlier, but that's okay.
Marshland is land.
Well, it even went over land, even if it wasn't marshland. So we're being plebs. But anyways, that's not the point. What Cristobal will now probably be doing is the center of low pressure will actually go through and go right over top of New Orleans. So New Orleans might actually be kind of spared a bit from some of the flooding. It'll mainly be stuff around Gulfport and Biloxi that's going to be seeing some of the worst risks due to the fact that they will have some of the outer bands and even the outer structures of the thunderstorms closest to the center of low pressure system to actually bring in some moisture consistently in and around those areas. So there's already a flash flood warning for that area. People around there already should be careful and take their precautions, but definitely one of those things where the worst is kind of there, but it's still passing on through. So southwest of Hillsborough, capable of producing strong rotation. Where is Hillsborough? That's the real question. Let's look that up.
JMJ says, "What y'all thinking? Do y'all see a second landfall, Nate, and your partner?"
Yep, I do believe that there probably will be.
Mm-hmm.
Hillsborough County, Florida. Where is? Oh, that's in Tampa. Is there something in Tampa? I don't know. That's why I'm.
Just
nothing.
rain,
No, nothing's happening in Tampa right now. So, which Hillsborough is it? That's the real question.
Which one?
Mm-hmm. Which Hillsborough? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. We'll look at it in a bit, bits and bobs, but definitely a bunch of stuff across the board. Oh, they're talking about in North Dakota. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I'm gonna be completely honest. It's pretty close to the radar, so it has some decent rotation. It already has a little bit of a calm ahead. But as for right now, as to which all is happening there, it's still kind of developing at the moment. Definitely could produce later. This was something that I was actually looking at earlier, but we'll continue to monitor it. It's pretty much so discreet. So, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Actually, I am curious as to the conditions around that area. We'll see. What's the dew points? Dew points is 60s. Station plots. Okay, so it's lower dew points, higher temperature. That doesn't make sense. Montana, what's happening in Montana? Nothing's happening in Montana right now. At least I don't believe so, but let's take a look. Nah. I mean, there's a bunch of scattered storms in Montana, but it's nothing really severe, so that should be fine. Should be fine.
Nate, if you take a look back at the 3 severe warnings in North Dakota and Minnesota, you will see that they are starting to form a little bit of a line, which means that they will be more difficult for tornado development out of them because they'll be fighting for the same amount of energy. Mm-hmm. So that's something to keep in mind going forward as they exit the United States. Mm-hmm. Really not likely going to see much more out of them other than a lot of gusty winds.
Interesting. Very interesting, to say the least.
Yeah. That cell that emerged from the south in the one from North Dakota that was its own little line just kind of said hello to the ones in Minnesota and
Oh,
just
yeah.
joined them, and now it's a big messy line.
It's just one
So-
giant conga line going all the way up into Canada. I wonder if Canada will welcome them with open arms, or will they do what the United States typically does?
I'll just keep an eye on Environment Canada alerts.
Honestly, it's not a bad idea. I need a link for that so I can get Environment Canada alerts as well. Whenever I do get my program for my new... When I get my new program for my new scenes and stuff like that, then I'll start to incorporate all of it. But it'll be pretty interesting. I do enjoy... I'm enjoying myself when I'm creating these scenes. I hope you guys understand that. So it's going to be a whole lot better. Rotation north of Orlando. Is there really? It's not rotation per se, but yeah, there's some sort of gusty winds. Oh, that thing. Yeah, there's some sort of rotation. It's not particularly north of Orlando, but it is somewhere to the north and west. This is near Tavares and Mount Dora. I wouldn't be surprised if something actually forms off of this. What's up south of
Florida
Louisiana?
Will get another tornado warning.
Probably.
So that's just how it goes these days.
Yep. What's up south of Louisiana? Nothing really is up south of Louisiana per se, unless if you're talking about Cristobal. But Louisiana probably gonna go across the board. Get some gusty winds, some rain, maybe even a couple tornadoes. Definitely not as bad as Biloxi and stuff like that in Mississippi. So, but still, people need to continue to monitor that one as that continues to move on through to the north and well, just really the north right now. So, but
taking a look at Environment Canada's alerts, most areas are in a severe thunderstorm watch. Only a couple of provinces are in a tornado watch. So I'll just
if you
keep an
haven't
eye
figured
on
it
that,
out by now, my goal is to make you eat Taco Bell. Even though I personally can't stand eating there, because they have a limited menu, so I end up getting the same thing every time. Heartburn.
Cautious observer with the $20 super chat. My goodness. That is crazy. Oh boy. Alright, one day I will bring Taco Bell to the stream. One day. Make you all happy. By the way, for the people who are asking why they say why there's the police, for donations that's from like 1 cent all the way up to $19.98, there's a sound bit that says that asks for the police. So that's the reason why they're asking for the police and stuff like that and all of that. It's quite funny. And then from $19.99 all the way up to $39.98. That's that soundbite, the MVP, and then there's another one afterwards. But pretty interesting to say the least. Still is some general rotation near Tavares and Eustis. I mean, there definitely could be something that tries to form. There is some sort of general rotation, but it's not really too strong as of right now. Trevion, hello, what's up? You're calling that small cell near Inkster, North Dakota gets tornado warned?
Wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I wouldn't. You could potentially get something in and around those areas. But yeah, a lot of gusty winds, a lot of rain, really starting to kind of ramp up bits and bobs across the board.
The cell near Steel, which would be right next to the I think that's the Bismarck radar, is starting to blow up.
I mean,
range folding, dang it.
I need you to post some pictures.
Why didn't you do that before?
It wasn't my idea. It's Uncle Chris's, and you can give me 10 minutes.
I'm giving you 5.
You don't have to do it right this moment, but like maybe in the next 10 minutes.
Maybe. He doesn't knock. Very disrespectful. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
It is his house, technically.
That's the reason
But it's
why I
also
say.
yours.
That's why I say just kidding. Because it is his house. Be living.
JK.
JK. Let's see. Hillsborough Storm looks even more and more intense every scan. Well, the issue is, it's not really, because it's getting closer and closer to the radar. So you can't really tell. But it does have some general rotation, I will say that much. It's going to be pretty interesting to see whether or not this thing could actually continue to produce, but... Looks to me... making a beeline into East Louisiana, Mississippi. It'll start to curl off towards the north and west. Don't worry, don't worry. So something to keep in mind there.
Holy crap.
Yeah, I know, right? So across the board, be pretty interesting as to what all we're seeing here. You know what I'm probably going to do? I'm going to edit my stream title so that instead of it being Tropical Storm Cristobal, now since it's kind of already made landfall and I'm starting to see... My goodness, what is my little brother doing? Well, anyways.
Did your room just like shake there?
No, he's just like sounding like a rabid dog of whatever. You just got back. Where are we looking? We're looking at
How do you know what a rabid dog even sounds like?
Don't ask. We're looking at to the north of Fargo, South Dakota. So we're looking at a bunch of these popcorn cells that are forming that could possibly turn tornadic, stuff like that. So there we go. Updated the stream title. So now it's got severe weather in front of all the instead of Tropical Storm Cristobal, due to the fact that it now is kind of just
Crystal ball. Saying Tropical Storm Cristobal is like saying Canada. That's just not how it works.
It's basically the same, but you say it quicker. If you say,
Yeah, I'm putting the L. I'm pronouncing the L though. That's just not.
Well, I pronounce the L too, Cristobal. Will there
Not
be a
in the
derecho
middle.
again? Probably not. Oh, well, there's no L in the middle. It's Cristobal.
Cristobal. Funny that the cells, as soon as they cross the Canadian border, they just kind of die. It's like, we don't want you.
The environment isn't really all primed enough for all that stuff to happen there, so... I mean... It's doing its own thing. Gonna do a 3D of the storm north of Picayune. I'll see if I can, depending upon where that is. Yeah, I doubt there will be a derecho again. Or at least I doubt there will be another one today. Oh, that seems to be in Mississippi? Yeah, it is. So give me a second. I'll try and see if I can do a 3D of that one. No guarantees as to whether or not I will see anything. I will say that much.
Stuck says, storm near Steel, North Dakota, and that needs watching. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on that.
Mm-hmm.
I got that one. It now has hail that is 7/8 of an inch. So it's just kind of doing its own thing at this point.
There we go. I just see a lot of scattered storms in and around Picayune, my honest opinion. So, I mean, it's there. I will tell you that, but it's not really all too interesting in my honest opinion. Nothing really tornadic that you would see on 3D. If you take a look at the velocities, though, there is some areas to where there could be some rotation. To be quite honest with you all, so I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes tornado warned. It goes tornado warned, but to be quite honest with you, not really a lot of dice with this thing. So we'll see. As I mentioned before, we shall see as to whether or not it kind of ramps up a bit. Want to continue to take a look. By the way, all of these right here, this is the different station plots. So you can see you have your classic wind barb right here, and then you have the green number, which is the dew points, the red number, which is the temperature. So across the board, there's temperatures in North Dakota that are lower 90s to the upper 80s with dews and upwards of around 70 to even upper 60s, even to the 70s, maybe even to the mid 60s, depending upon where you get your thunderstorm activity at. So across the board, you could start seeing some stuff, but as that continues to move on through, obviously you can see thunderstorms have begun to develop all across the line and around those areas. So something to keep in mind. A little bit of rotation on the southernmost Warren storm in South Dakota. Maybe a little. There's a little bit of rotation on all of them.
Sort of.
Maybe a little. I do want to take a look. That was actually North Dakota, but I will take a look at South Dakota in a bit. Keeps calling Cristobal Crusty Ball. Seems legit. In and out. What? Yeah, just storms across the board are kind of just like blowing up. I wonder if they're getting
going kaboom.
Oh yeah, for sure. I already read it a person that does things. I already read it. Not to mention I barely read DMs to begin with due to the fact that I'm kind of streaming, so. Oh, for God's sake. I'm gonna kill him.
There's a stream delay, folks.
Indeed. No. That's not how you pronounce it. Alright, I'll be back in a second, Morgan. You basically...
Yep.
Here. What you could do is you could talk about Cristobal. Boom. Simple.
Cristobal. So, for the most part, folks, what we're looking at this point, the readings of it were, I believe, as of the latest scan, if I remember correctly, I'm gonna just double check my resources. Yes, so it is still a 50 mile per hour tropical storm. So the wind threat is not really a thing at this point. Obviously, there is the tornado watch in place for parts of, I believe it was Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana as well. So you obviously do have that threat in place. The main threat we're looking at right now is the rain threat, as Nate had mentioned earlier. In Florida, even with the outer bands, those were the very, very outer bands. We're talking very, very ridiculous amounts of rainfall. As he mentioned, almost a foot at this point. So if flame me all you want here, but I'm getting really bad Hurricane Harvey vibes, but it's a tropical storm this time. Let's look at chat. There, tornado. I doubt that, good sir. Nothing going on right now. I'll check spotter network though. Or as a little brother would say, crusty ball. Nate's dead. 2020. Yeah, seems legit. Alright, guys, I'm going to E. I'll be right back. No worries, Stewie Griffin. But yeah, with the main threat at this point, I see a very dangerous situation upcoming. Flash flood emergencies are going to start to pop up. I say at probably starting at 9 or 10 p.m. at night. And let me also just emphasize again, this is the beginning of what's to come, ladies and gents. It's going to get much worse very, very soon. So we do need to keep in mind that the potential for these for this system to blow up even more, for not blow up, for the potential for this system to just drop even more rain on it is definitely a very big threat. I would like to point out we have a new flash flood warning for Mobile County in southwestern Alabama. That's going to be in effect until midnight central. At 5:56, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain moving northward into the greater metro area. This will be the second round of heavy, intense rainfall over an urban area. Flash flooding will begin shortly and spread across the warned area. So this is a very, very dangerous situation, ladies and gents. Set aside the tornado watch for a bit. This is a very dangerous flooding situation and could get bad very, very soon. I would like to emphasize that. Let me read chat again. Rotating wall cloud reported at some point in South Dakota on Spotter Network. I'm going to pull that up real quick. Spotter Network. Current activity, and it makes me use control zoom, which just annoys the heck out of me. Rotating wall cloud observed. Looks like right over Hullabird in South Dakota. So that is definitely something to keep in mind for potential rotation. In fact, I'll take a look at that on GR2 right now. But especially when you get something like this, that could have been anticipated as a hurricane. If it did even become a Category 1, this would be a much worse situation. But right now, what our main threat is just a very, very big flooding threat. This is just going to keep cycling and dumping rain on top of the areas that are already saturated to absolute get out. So everyone, if you are in these areas, you need to know your precautions, know your plans. If you need to seek higher ground, if you can seek higher ground, you got to make sure you do that soon. And I think Nate is back, ladies and gents.
Indeed am. I am indeed back, and I am here to tell you that there is a cell in southern South Dakota that has a maximum expected hail size of 3 3/4 of an inch. I'm also here to tell you that
legit.
I'm also here to tell you that there could quite possibly be some rotation on that storm, so something to keep in mind with that. That boy might be chonky heading up towards the White River area. Eventually off into the United States 83 vicinity, so.
I just mentioned to chat that I'm getting Harvey vibes from this, and I think that is
that's
something that we can see.
That's reasonable, but Harvey kind of like sat over, so it's like a mini Harvey. Let's put it this way. I think the better comparison would be Tropical Storm Isaac.
That's fair.
That thing literally went into the U.S.
The fact that we're seeing already a foot of rain when this has just started is definitely eye-opening.
Yep.
That's what
Anyone know Pecos Hank? Of course. A lot of people do. Pecos Hank is a legend in the community.
The real question is who doesn't? The real question is who doesn't know Pecos Hank?
Yep. Indeed, indeed. This storm This is gonna get pretty interesting. As soon as this
Holy
storm
crap,
crosses
my
the
GRQ is
boundary,
dying on me.
the one that was near Hillsborough heading towards Buxton, if this crosses over the boundary, this could theoretically churn and start producing some chonky boys. So something to keep in mind there. As soon as it crosses over, definitely one of those things to where this could possibly turn tornadic across the board. A lot of the risk across the board now. We're literally all over the place. Could definitely be some sort of risk for hail, wind, and maybe even tornadoes. So yeah, pretty interesting, honestly. Do you believe that all of this is natural, or do you believe that there is weather manipulation going on? I don't fall on either side in the issue. My mission is to observe and ask questions. Honestly, let's put it this way. There has been attempts of weather manipulation for quite some time. Now, whether it was successful or unsuccessful, you can at least assume that there's a couple times where it was successful, but most likely going to be most likely unsuccessful for those times. When it comes to natural events, the setups per se are all natural. So it's still one of those things where, you know, how they all come to be when it comes to the shear is already there and it's natural, but the actual energy that can be manipulated by people and you know, stuff like the government and stuff like that. But it hasn't really been like used a lot. So guess we'll have to see. But you know, as for, you know, typical weather and stuff like that, it's most likely 100% natural. Except for the tornado gods. The tornado gods, they are unnatural, and we shall bow down to them.
Seems legit.
I mean, it sounds about right. feel like some
130
hits
mile
your
per hour
house.
delta velocity.
What?
Okay.
On the cell in South Dakota.
On that Parmalee storm.
Yeah, I mean, that thing is just having a whale of a time. On Doppler radar, real weather moves, scalar waves show up all over Springfield, Missouri, and don't move. Oh yeah, that's probably some sort of might even be some sort of biological interference in and around those areas. So, all right, Schwabito, take your time. No rush for you to you know, come out whenever you can. No rush, no rush. I do want to take a look real quick at Cristobal real quick. You can actually see the center of low. You can actually see Cristobal as it gets closer to the radar. So here we are. Now I'm gonna actually take a really interesting 3D. See what all I can see from this. Ow. Alright, well there's your 3D chat. A lot of clouds across the board.
I'm waiting for it to pop up on your stream because I have the delay.
But look at that. That is definitely the center of low pressure in Cristobal. It's definitely doing its own thing. That's pretty cool, gotta say.
That's a lot of clouds.
It is definitely a lot of clouds. You can also see, you guys can also notice that there's a little bit of a curvature in and around this area where it just dips down. That's because it's the little cone of silence surrounded by the radar. So if you want to like imply cone of silence or something like that, it'd be something like that. But it's really just where the radar can't see due to the fact of the radar beams actually just being, they can't go up that high. Lemonade. So, something to keep in mind across the board. Definitely a lot of stuff in and around that area. It'd be pretty interesting. Did you check Florida yet? Anything brewing besides Lamau? Florida, you could see something. You could see some sort of a rotation. Right around Tavares, you could see something. Orlando's not going to really see a lot. They actually just went through a wind risk. Nothing really tornadic, however, in my honest opinion. I will say, still that flash flood warning with a reported of 11.75 inches of rain. That is still mind-boggling to me, and it's not even closer to the center of rotation near Cristobal. So,
I love how severe thunderstorm warnings are just starting to line just the entirety of central South Dakota.
Across the board. Yep. I mean, yep. You can even see some echotops at upwards of 58,800 feet. So across the board, it's just thunderstorms.
Ridiculous.
They need to issue a tornado warning for what storm? That is the real question. Yep, no problem, Ruru 25. No problem. No problem, cautious observer. I say whatever I want. I'm gonna be completely honest. Now I have no barriers when it comes to my predictions on weather anymore. I really don't. Seems Legit remix is still a hit on Discord. Oh yeah. It is. Possibly a new storm popping up. Where? I'd love to see where that is at. What the heck is the boundary doing? And is it intensifying the storm? Also, my eyes hurt due to the fact of how white everything is. I think I need to stop.
I told you to make YouTube dark mode last night.
No, that's not YouTube. It's the ZD. If you go to KMVX, which is Grand Forks, North Dakota, and switch on to ZDR, I guarantee you will probably be blind for life.
Ow.
Oh my goodness! Two tornado
warnings.
What in the world?
All right, on the Minnesota one.
I'm on Minnesota right now. I'll just quickly go over this. Tornado warning for Kitson County in Minnesota. That'll be in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The velocities show some general rotation. There's a bit of range folding in around that area, but you can still kind of see the reds and oranges moving away from the radar. The grays moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, just a little north of Lake Bronson. You can definitely see some sort of rotation there. Correlation coefficient, nothing really there to behold. Spectrum width shows that there could be some sort of lowering down and around those areas. The ZDR shows that there could be some sort of updraft. But the good news is that this is kind of heading off to non-residential areas, so people in Kitson County are kind of fine. We can go ahead and move on to the tornado warning in Smith County. That'll actually be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Just by taking a look at the reflectivity here, just trying to see what all I can get. So there is the reflectivity. It's one of these outer bands from Cristobal that I have mentioned across the board, where you can get all these little embedded spin-ups down and around those areas. So something to keep in mind there. So this will be kind of positioned down and around just to the south and west of Bay Springs. You can see this little kink in the line back here where there could possibly be some sort of rotation. So if we go into the velocity, you can actually see that is indeed what is the case. The brighter greens moving towards the radar, the darker greens slower but still moving towards the radar. Right in the middle, you can see some of this overlapping in the winds. So definitely a tornadic rotation in and around there. Spectrum width shows that it kind of has some sort of lowering, but nothing really too much, to be completely honest with you. It's just more or less one of those things to where it's definitely still there, but it's kind of weak, and it's not really lowering in in any shape, form, or fashion. But you can still see something as that continues to move on through. Correlation coefficient, I don't really see a debris signature as of this moment, but you still could see some something later on, so something to keep in mind there. But if you live in Smith County, or if you even live in Kitson County in Minnesota, Smith County in Mississippi, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's get some timings out for you all, see what we can get from here. This will be impacting the State Route 35 area in about 15 to 20 minutes. So if you know anyone who lives along there, or if you live along there, you need to go ahead and take your precautions. That is, in my opinion, the best way to go throughout all of this. So as I mentioned, if you live south of Raleigh, anywhere along State Route 35, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions, as this will be eventually heading off into your general vicinity. A potential tornadic rotation coming off of some of the outer bands from Cristobal. Just by taking a look at the normalized rotation, this does indeed tell us that there is some sort of general rotation here along the line. So I would not be surprised if something ends up trying to form. But one of those things where it's still, it has some sort of spectrum width on here, but it's not really lowering to a full extent. So you might have some sort of lowering occurring in that this area, but still one of those things where, as of right now, it isn't really doing too much. So as I mentioned, this is in Smith County in Mississippi. That will be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I do want to move over. This was from Melbourne. I do not believe that there will be a lot of activity in and around Florida anymore. Maybe for a couple other cells, but there could still be something in and around across the board. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to move this radar over to Minnesota. We'll be able to get what all is happening here, and we'll be able to keep
an eye on Mississippi.
Yep. Tell me if that thing strengthens or weakens across the board. But you can definitely see all different types of cells forming down and around those areas. So something to keep in mind down in there. I'm also going to take a look at some of the cells in South Dakota. You could potentially see some sort of tornadic rotation in and around any of these cells, including some from Venturia. This has a general area of rotation, not really too strong per se. I do feel like this rotation right here near the hail icon is a bit of an anomaly, so I do not believe that a lot will form off of that. But you could see some sort of tornadic rotation there heading off into the general vicinity of Ashley. Moving further down along into the line, some more rotation north of Baldy, and then some really intense rotation. Actually, what the heck is this? Really interesting rotation here off of this cell. I don't really see any supercell characteristics from here, so I'm questioning as to the actual likelihood of this cell actually developing. But it has a tornado vortex signature here. This would be just to the south and east of Seneca, to the south and west of Falkton, moving toward the north, eventually off into the United States 212 area. So something to keep in mind here. Spectrum width shows that there is a broad area of lowering, meaning that it's more inclined to be some sort of gusty wind risk, but still something to keep in mind. There could possibly be some sort of rotation in and around those areas, so something to keep in mind with that. This state that I'm currently talking about is in South Dakota. This is near Seneca, near Falkton, around these areas, so something to keep in mind with that. Someone said that there was a CC drop, oddly rapid velocity near Venturia. I don't know where Venturia is, but if you can, actually, I'll look up where Venturia is so you can get on that, Morgan.
I don't think it's near the Mississippi warning.
North Dakota.
Mississippi warning.
It's in North Dakota.
Is starting to look a little more disorganized.
Mm-hmm.
It's really just looking like it's
the popcorn cells.
B, just a windy threat at this point. So it's Still, if you're in the warning, please be sure to heed your precautions, but it doesn't look like it will be anything too horrible for these areas.
Now have a first tornado warning cell in Mississippi. Yep, indeed. Actually, what I will do, I still will have, I'll go over real quick just to see for myself. There is some general rotation, as Morgan said, but it isn't really too organized, and it doesn't really seem to be doing all too much. So that's the good news. That cell in Smith County, Mississippi. But however, the other cells up into the north, into the northern plains, could definitely start to see some activity start to ramp up in and around those areas. I still question as to the likelihood of this cell actually... It's becoming rain-wrapped, and it's very... New tornado warning for this cell that we've been looking at. This is for Falk County in South Dakota. This will be in effect...
Really?
Yep, this will be in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Definitely one of those things where this is a very strange one. This is a strange one. I've got to say, this is a very strange tornado warning. I do say so myself.
I don't know if this is de-aliasing. I'm gonna print screen this to you real quick, Nate.
Oh, do you see some velocities in 100? Do you see some velocities up in 100? Because I see it too.
I'm seeing rotating winds of 200 plus. Take a look. It might be de-aliasing, and I am hoping.
Oh, yeah. For radar scope, it is de-aliasing.
Yeah, which is good.
Yeah, I mean,
I was getting 98 and 105.
Yeah, no, for radar scope, that's de-aliasing right there.
Seems
But
legit.
this is a very interesting cell. So as I said, as I continue
Even
to...
a 2%.
This is a 5%, I believe. But anyways, this is
Does still extend that far?
Yeah, it does. But anyways, this is near United States Route 212. This will be eventually heading off into that general vicinity. So if you live along there, or even if you live along, we'll actually get track here. But if you also live along State Route 20, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. As this continues to move on through to the north and east, United States Route 212 will be impacted almost immediately, and State Route 20 will be impacted in about 15 minutes. So if you live around there, for anyone who knows the geography in and around in South Dakota, you guys will definitely have your hands tied as to this tornadic cell is definitely producing some winds that could potentially be tornadic. The one thing I do question with all this, we can take a look at the normalized rotation, it says cool stuff, but the thing that I question is as to whether or not this thing could likely be tornadic. There is maybe a little bit of an appendage here implying that there could be some sort of inflow, but I think this is mainly a gusty wind threat, in my honest opinion. I think this is mainly a straight line winds, potential downdraft, downburst maybe even, and actually, it might actually look like as if that is occurring at the moment. Could potentially be a downburst across the board. So, I mean, really interesting to say the least as to what all is happening with this storm. What I will do is I will take a 3D out of curiosity. If it does have an inflow notch, then it could potentially be tornadic. But in my honest opinion, I do not believe that this is tornadic. I think this is more of a gusty wind threat, and I think this will be more occluded towards a possible straight line wind risk with velocities and upwards of maybe even 80 miles per hour. But still,
the warning for Mississippi has been deleted. Just
sounds about right.
just died.
Can you check some stuff in Wyoming? Morgan, can you do that and give me a report, please?
Yep. Just taking a look real quick at the South Dakota storm. Yeah, that's very dangerous, especially considering that it could actually be rotating or that QLCS hook is looking insane.
Oh yeah. I mean, personally, this is, granted, it's a tornado warning nevertheless, so I told you guys to get in your safe spaces. Now it's time for me, as I've mentioned, to give my personal opinion on it. Alright? The one thing that has always kind of made me ponder as to whether or not this thing was a tornado or not was how the velocities showed up on radar. And what happened is you can kind of see how it kind of curls around. These velocities kind of curl instead of flatlining. It's not like it's flat completely. You can also see how the velocities, if you really wanted to connect the dots, they kind of curl out like that. So there's just some differential in some velocities where you can get these quick spin-ups along, say, the line segment. But what kind of made me pretty much so convinced that this was actually a gusty wind threat was usually if you saw some tornadic rotation, you would be able to, you wouldn't have this kind of horizontal slice to where the grays would go over here and you would just have this kind of ball, if you will. That kind of shows a bit more of a convergent boundary as to where the velocities are kind of just impacting everything out in the front, and the velocities out in front of it are being registered as if it's going away from the radar, and it's being spread out to the sides of the actual area of rotation. So that's what I think was actually happening. I think this gusty winds was actually pushing some of the winds out to the side, and that's kind of the reason why I thought this was probably more of a gusty wind threat. And take a look at it now. Within the latest few scans, that is indeed turned into a gusty wind threat. So I've nailed that analysis, in my honest opinion. I do believe that this is now turned into a full gusty wind threat. And now you can see some velocities in upwards of maybe even 90 miles per hour, according to base velocity. Granted, this is looking up 3,500 feet up in the sky, so at surface, you're probably going to see some velocities right around 70 miles per hour. But people around there, especially as I've mentioned, along United States Route 212 and State Route 20, you guys need to continue to take your precautions and get into your safe space, as whether or not this is a tornadic rotation or it is a giant microburst, if you will. You guys need to continue to take your precautions either way. Definitely don't want to be caught outside during all of this, as this will definitely impact life and property. If you have the time, you probably should bring in your cars into the garage or some of the sorts around there. Definitely one of those things to where that's my recommendation if you have an extra space for all of that. For some reason, the boundary went west. Yeah, I know. It's strange, but...
Allow me to also note, whoever asked about the Wyoming storms, it's a very big gusty wind threat. There isn't a whole lot of precipitation or hail coming down with these storms. We have 2 warnings in effect. Both the primary threat is only 60 mile per hour wind gusts. No hail and really no precip coming down with it either. So just something to keep in mind if you are outside in that. It's just really a gusty wind threat.
Mm-hmm. Yep. MW Izzy, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate that. As I mentioned, I still think that this is a massive gusty wind threat across the board. I don't really think it's tornadic. I didn't even really thought it was tornadic. You even heard me from the beginning, Morgan. I was like, whoa, what is this? This is the strangest rotation I've seen. And I was questioning it the entire time as to whether or not it was tornadic. I still said that it could possibly be tornadic. All right. But I was like, there's not really, it doesn't really seem to be tornadic in my honest opinion. And it does indeed seem to be as if it was a downburst in and around that area. So
the thing is, what I'm seeing, which is in between actually 2 spots of very gusty winds, the outbound winds are actually starting to show up. And what I'm seeing is very weak 13, 15 mile per hour outbound winds, but smack dab in the middle of the 2 big blocks of inbound winds. So that's just something to note maybe going forward. Maybe that develops. But like you said, is really just looking like a gusty wind threat at the moment.
So I want to show you guys something here. I want to show you
really quickly too.
Yeah, I want to show you guys something real quick. We'll get a storm motion on this. But I want to show you what I mean by a potential microburst. So we might have actually had a microburst in progress in and around those areas, which if that happened, that would have been pretty cool, but definitely one of those things to where I'll show you guys what I mean. So here we are. This is 2322Z This was at 6:22 Central Daylight Time. So as it moves on through, you can see you got the general rotation here. Actually, if I change out the base velocities, it'll make you all feel better. But you can kind of see the general area of rotation down here in this box. The blues moving towards the radar, the reds moving away. So you got this general area that you would think would be rotation. The spectrum width shows a lot of turbulence around here. Typically, you would think that that would have tornadic implications, and then you have a bit of an updraft characteristic down and around near the actual area of rotation. So we'll take a look at that. Actually, we don't really need reflectivity all too much. Reflectivity isn't really going to tell you all too much. We could probably go into KDP question mark. Meh. KDP is fine. So you can kind of see how that stuff's already there. But now, if we take a look at it this way, if we go through a scan above, notice how this updraft right here diminishes. The reds start to turn orange and yellow. There's still a little blob of red, but notice how it diminishes. Okay? Notice how the yellow in the spectrum width increases. That tells you more turbulence of more winds moving down towards the surface and creating this straight line wind risk. So there's that much. And notice how the winds are starting to congeal into more of this line as it continues to move on through. So definitely something to continue to monitor. And then as that continues to move on through, next scan you'll see the updraft literally just fails. Literally, there's now no updraft near where everything across the board. Spectrum width literally just starts to fall, starts to show more turbulence, more gusty winds all down and around. Not as much of a characterized updraft, and actually there's more rain on the KDP showing up across the board. And then as that continues to move on through, obviously you can see turns more and more into a gusty wind risk. And here we are now. So that's my TED Talk. I believe it is turning more into a gusty wind risk, in my honest opinion. So definitely one of those things where people could definitely be impacted by those gusty winds across the board. But this isn't tornadic anymore, in my honest opinion. So the tornado warning in Falk County in South Dakota, it isn't really going to be a tornado warning anymore. It really is more going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for gusty winds and upwards of probably 70 miles per hour. So if you live anywhere out in front of this, near State Route 20, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. Get into a safe space as that continues to move on through. So really interesting to say the least. We're getting cool pictures here of a wall cloud from this storm here near Ashley. So there could potentially be a storm here that is trying to form some tornadic rotation. You can see how the normalized rotation actually goes up to above a 1 in and around some of these areas. So there actually is some general areas of rotation. What I could actually do is I can open this link and show you all where exactly this all is going to be occurring. So here is the wall cloud right here. Decent looking wall cloud, not as organized as you would typically like it to be, but definitely some sort of lowering in the cloud base with the bits and bobs of scud. As I mentioned before, not really too organized, but it still has something down and around those areas. So something to keep in mind with that as that moves on through into North Dakota. Someone asked, will it be a microburst? I do believe that it has already turned into a microburst and has become more of a straight line wind risk. So in my honest opinion, I do believe that is what has happened. And I do believe that the tornado risk is depleted in and around in that tornado warning. So something to keep in mind with that. Should be fine as long as you stay indoors. Can you look at the track for Cristobal? I sure can. As soon as it loads for me. There we go. So the track for Cristobal for the next 3 days literally makes it so that it pushes through New Orleans, pushes through Lafayette, and moves its way towards Little Rock, up and out through St. Louis, and up into Wisconsin. Now, the thing about it is that there's going to be bits and bobs of tornado risks across the board with this thing. So something that people need to continue to monitor, including the 5% chance for tornadoes tomorrow. So people could definitely see some activity across the board. Definitely one of those things where the risks are definitely there, and you definitely need to have some sort of plan in place for whenever you are under a tornado warning if the time arises. Let's see. Ashley Cell dropped a very weak tornado. Wow, that is not great, but it's a wall cloud. Yep, that was the wall cloud from Ashley. So it's doing its own thing. Nothing really too interesting and organized from that cell, in my honest opinion. But you still could be something in and around there where there could be a tornado that forms. I do want to take a look at the tornado warning up in Kitson County in Minnesota. It is relatively far away from the radar, but I do want to see if it does have better tornadic potential than other cells, and I'll even take a look at the other cells that were around that could have tried to attempt to form in Minnesota, but we'll have to see. What's my best time frame for 10% SIG tonight? Maybe around 8 Central, 9 Central, something like that, my honest opinion, when the cells actually start to form and push off into that general vicinity, my honest opinion. Maybe even 10 Central. It'll be a late night event, but I'll be here. I'll be here for all of it, just in case if stuff fires off early. So, I don't really see a lot.
How long do you think you're going tonight?
Until the risk is dead. That's the plan.
A very long time.
Oh, that's what I typically do. Dude, I literally streamed for 9 hours and 45 minutes today.
For a thing that didn't make landfall until
the stream afterwards, yeah. Another lemonade bottle, chat. Gone. I've got 4 bottles, empty bottles in that trash can.
How many cases do you order?
Oh, sometimes I get cartons. Sometimes I get cartons of lemonade.
I mean,
yeah, it's
less wasteful.
Well, true. But I get like 7 cartons per week. It's quite fun. I do enjoy my lemonade, I gotta say. If Minute Maid were to sponsor me...
We didn't think so.
If Minute Maid were to sponsor me, I would be okay with that. And I would self-promote the crap out of their products. I really would. About time you got some sleep. True facts. Will the worst thunderstorms and pop-up tornadoes be east of the track center of Cristobal? Yes, they will be east of the track center of Cristobal. That is indeed where I believe you can see not really the worst tornadoes, because you can definitely see tornadoes that are worse across the board, but you could definitely see a larger tornado risk, a more widespread tornado risk across the board to the east of the track of Cristobal for maybe the rest of the week until it actually moves into Canada. So we'll see. Tornado warning has been canceled. So as I mentioned, the one in South Dakota wasn't really a tornado risk to begin with. So as I mentioned before, more or less, my brother just knocked on my window. Give me a second. I got it.
Seems legit.
Get off of my lawn! Get off of my lawn! Get off of my lawn!
Chat, this is entertainment at its finest. Enjoy it.
I will hit you with a hockey stick. Get out. Alright, well, you asked for it. I'm getting it. Hey, my barbecue chips. I'll get it in a second. Alright. He asked for the hockey stick, chat. He asked for it. I gotta shoo him off somehow.
Canadian Chaser said, "Get off my lawn, Nate 2020."
Get off my lawn! Get off my lawn!
First time you've seen the sunshine all day, Nate. Brother sighting. Jimmy Seaver, Nate turned into the classic grumpy old man.
No!
Mistakes were made, chat. Alright, well, we're putting the hockey stick back up. Alright, well, we got it. Alright. Back to our regularly scheduled program.
Regularly scheduled program. Get off my lawn.
Oh yeah, that's right. I had my barbecue chips. Eat that. Eat that while
Brother
I'm
with
here.
Seth, what just happened? I don't know.
I will kill you and end you all the way and send you all the way to hell if you don't stop bugging me. Anyways.
Okay, I think I'll be able to breathe in a minute here.
Feel free to mute yourself if you feel like you want to die. Chucking the hockey stick like a damn spear. The funny thing is that is exactly what happened. I literally launched the hockey stick at him like a spear. Alright, well, we've got... I'm gonna kill him. Alright, well, we've got a confirmed tornado in McIntosh County in North Dakota. The report of what someone said before is indeed true. There indeed is a tornado that was confirmed by law enforcement, so this will be around the Ashley area. As I eat barbecue chips. Give me a second.
Great job.
So we'll say, tornado warning in
You're here
McIntosh County.
You're
This will
here
be...
for professional content, ladies and gents, and you're getting a stream of Nate eating barbecue chips and throwing hockey sticks at other people.
Well,
Cannibalism and also chips.
cannibalism? Are you implying that I am a literal lemonade bottle?
I am implying that you're going to throw the stick at your brother and then eat.
I don't see how that's cannibalism, but that's okay. Anyways, tornado warning in
works.
McIntosh. Tornado warning in McIntosh County in North Dakota. That'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Now, this is a confirmed tornado by law enforcement. You can definitely see some sort of rotation around here. The greens moving towards the radar. The reds... actually, give me a second. The greens moving towards the radar. The reds moving away. Right in the middle, just to the north and west of Ashley, is where the rotation would be. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Definitely some sort of correlation coefficient drop in and around where the rotation is. Wouldn't be able to see a large CC drop, a large debris signature due to the fact that there isn't really a lot of stuff out in North Dakota for it to pick up. However, nevertheless, there still could be some stuff that it could impact, including people's livelihoods. So if you live to the north of Ashley, live just to the south of Lair, to the south of State Route 13 in North Dakota, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And if you know anyone who lives in this area, feel free to tell them what I have told you now. Either that or send them to me as a visual aid to guide them as to where this tornadic rotation is. Do keep in mind that there is my brother in the background, but...
He's still knocking on your window.
Yeah, he is. There we go. I took care of that issue.
Okay, Nate. Alright there, bud.
Well, not really, but I took care of that issue, kind of. So yep, definitely confirmed tornado in and around that area. A lot of these where the red's moving away, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, just near Ashley. So people need to go ahead, take your proper precautions. As I mentioned, get to your safe space. I question.
I'm gonna be laughing about that for the rest of the stream.
Give me a second.
Rotation looks stronger. I'm getting 35 on top of 45, which would be a 80-mile-per-hour delta velocity.
It's looking okay. I'm trying to see if I can find any pictures.
I'll be right back.
Ooh. This guy has a tornado on the ground. You can actually kind of see. If you look at it and you squint, you guys could actually make out. I'll actually change this to a highlighter. The faint silhouette of the actual triangle, and actually I'll make it a bit further out. This isn't tracing over the actual tornado, but you can kind of see there the actual faint silhouette of the actual tornado there on the ground. So definitely something to where people are going to want to continue to take their precautions and monitor that storm as that continues to move off to the north and east. I'm actually going to take... I'll be back in a second.
Chat, I'm literally getting a drink of water, and I just hear him say, I'm literally going to, and then the mic got... This is what I'm an only child, chat.
I just pinned him for the Intercontinental Championship, chat! I gave him the people's elbow and then pinned him for the Intercontinental title.
See, I'm an only child, so I don't know this feeling.
Well, anyways. Still some general rotation, kind of weak, but still there. So, you know,
I was literally
something.
getting water, and I hear you say, I swear I'm going to, and then the mic cuts.
I mean, there's some decent rotation.
That's what drives people to turn into werewolves, which is a choice and not a curse.
I mean, it's not my fault.
I swear to God.
Yelled at the millions and billions of the Rocks fans across the world. Yep. Are you gonna beat... No, I will probably tease my kids. Not as much as I will probably not elbow. I will probably people's elbow my siblings. However, my kids, I will probably just, probably carry them, swing them around, stuff like that. That will be their punishment.
Nate has kids in his basement along with his brother.
Seems legit. Well, anyways. Dude, I'm not even joking. Chat. Hold up. My Intercontinental title. I am the champion. I will hold this over my shoulder the entire stream. Boom. Look at this. Goldware. Intercontinental champion right here, baby. Let's go. But yeah,
legit.
There is some general rotation. Very difficult to see, however, but you can see the general hook right there, the inflow notch. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, so something to keep in mind. Definitely isn't the strongest thing in the world, but it is doing its own thing.
Alright, so Nate, your challenge is to wear that thing for the rest of the stream. Just
I'll
on your shoulder.
I'll
your
wear
challenge.
it for as much as long as I can. But
Without losing your mind.
yeah.
Well, your mind is already lost.
What weather websites do I use? I use all of them. I'm just kidding.
All of them.
Storm Prediction Center, National Hurricane Center, College of DuPage. I also use Pivotal Weather, Tropical Tidbits, CIMSS, whatever that stands for. Weather Nerds. Weather Nerds is a good one, and then a bunch more, but that's basically it. So yeah, across the board, fun times. Pretty interesting, to say the least. Pretty interesting, to say the least. But definitely doesn't seem as if... Oh my god, I'm gonna kill him. Alright, 2 seconds, please.
Chat. How many times do you think it's gonna take Nate to fix something outside before he loses his mind? Let's get a number in chat. How many times? Let's get a number going, ladies and gents. Ah, my jaw hurts, I swear. Ah. For 500 million, 669 to 5. 12, 5, 3. Well, I think that is already 3, Jalen.
Oh shit, brother! Oh god! He got the water gun! I'm hiding in my room.
What am I listening to?
Okay, I think we've escaped. I think we honestly have escaped. He had the water gun.
Oh boy.
Okay. Red's moving
I
away.
asked chat how many times you think it's gonna take before Nate loses his mind.
Hold up.
And I'm
Red's moving away. Green's moving towards. Pretty nice rotation in and around here. Gotta say, pretty good. Pretty good stuff. Really nice rotation. Might even be a debris signature. Gotta say, pretty nice.
You're out of your sight. Oh, my jaw hurts.
Basically, look at all the stuff that I'm not looking at, please.
There isn't really much else at the specific moment.
Well, go to the KMVX radar then. Sit over there for a bit.
KMV that thing. Okay.
And then what I will do is actually, I'm more or less tempted. What stream is this? Nate tries to kill his brother or severe weather? Well, to be quite honest with you, it's a bit of both.
Both.
I mean, he asked for it, in my honest opinion. You know, just to kind of back myself up here. He was trying to,
Yeah,
like...
I think your pin did not work as you had intended that first time.
Not really, because he wanted a rematch. Speaking of which, speaking of a rematch, it seems as if that gusty wind threat has now actually turned into a giant outflow boundary. So, you know, exclamation point woof in the chat for me nailing that prediction and analysis. Pretty sure a bunch of other streamers would be like, oh, it's a tornado.
Gusty wind emergency.
Aberdeen actually is going to be out in front of this. Hazard, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and ping-pong ball-sized hail. Yep.
Oofs.
So that's definitely some chaos in and around that area. I would not be surprised if something tries to form off of that. What I will do, actually...
This is not a PDS warning yet, but could become one.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Okay. My jaw hurts. I love to see it.
Yep. Yep, that is pretty cool. That is the that is a 3D of... Oh yeah. I gotta say, that looks cool.
What do we got going on in Canada?
I'm curious to see what the base velocities look like. I'm very curious.
Yeah, Environment Canada doesn't have any tornado warnings, just a couple.
Oh boy. Where's the belt? The belt is behind me on the floor. GR2 is now dead. True facts. Or at least mine on my end.
How so? Is it not loading?
It's loading slowly. This is the entire reason why I'm literally getting a new computer, chat. It's going to be so much better, so much quicker for you all.
GR2 is dying for me too, which is just fantastic, Gulks. This is the content you came to see. Nate trying to kill his brother, GR2 dying. What else would you really want in a live stream? Let's be honest here.
Alright, so we're saving this, and this is going to be Eye of Cristobal. So there we go. We've got a pretty nice...
Crystal ball.
We've got a nice little Eye of Cristobal here on 3D. Our mission is now accomplished. We can now move on to bigger and better plans, such as what is happening in North Dakota. So, as of right now, I'm currently looking at that cell. Let's see. What I will do is I'll move this over here. There we go. We got that. I'll move that right there. So we still got the rotation in and around near Aberdeen. Well, actually not Aberdeen. So the north and east of Aberdeen still has some general rotation. Actually decent rotation in and around there. But it is looking up around 7,000 feet up in the sky from the Bismarck radar. So I think the best thing we can use is the Aberdeen radar right now, which you can actually see has some general rotation. You can see the greens moving towards, you have the reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Correlation coefficient, I do not see one as of right now. However, that does not mean that it couldn't produce another tornado along the way. So definitely one of those things where people are going to want to continue to monitor that as that continues to move on through. Confirmed tornado 6 miles northeast of Ashley. Okay, so it might have possibly indeed produced another one. Spectrum width around that area definitely says that there could be some sort of lowering. So I would not be surprised if something ends up trying to form. But really interesting to say the least. What I am going to do is I'm actually going to... I'm going to put my thing right there. I'm going to turn on the little computer. And I'm going to put IEM bot on so that I'll be able to tell you guys when tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm watches and tornado watches, happen. So that'd be pretty interesting on that much. National Hurricane Center issues new advisory in Cristobal. Let's take a look and see what that actually is. So Cristobal now is still a 50 mile per hour storm, 993 millibars, still moving north at 7 miles per hour. Lot of rainfall across the board, gotta say. confirmed tornado was located 6 miles northeast of Ashley, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Law enforcement confirmed the tornado. So yeah, that does sound about right as to what all is happening there. What I will do real quick is I will fix my... There you go. I fixed it. So there still is some general areas to watch here. Definitely still some rotation here with the greens moving towards, reds moving away. Right in the middle, still a rotation. But the rotation has kind of became a bit broad and might actually be attempting to gust out. A lot of this disorganized, broad rotation it's telling me that there isn't really a lot of stuff here. So I wouldn't be surprised if this thing kind of stays this broad. It could potentially re-strengthen along the line again. It actually had some decent rotation before, but now it's kind of diminished a little bit, became a bit more, you know, discombobulated along the line. So something to keep in mind, but as of right now, it does seem as if it is kind of dead. So that's the good news. But, you know, for the people who wanted tornadic potential, you know, not really good news for you. Aberdeen, still something to where, even if you're not on a tornado risk, you could probably see wind gusts in upwards of almost 80 miles per hour according to the actual warning box. So I would not be surprised if you guys had some wind damage reports, especially around Mina, around Warner, and Aberdeen. You guys could definitely start seeing some stuff down and along the line. Definitely one of those things where you guys need to continue to monitor that as this gets closer towards a populous area. So something to keep in mind as it moves on through. Yeah, it should be that. The tornado was confirmed by law enforcement, and indeed was. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'm not saying anything, you know, like controversial or anything, but I feel like law enforcement, when it comes to like fire department and stuff like that, kind of need to like go through like some sort of Skyward training. Like they should kind of like see a little, like look into it a little bit. Probably would be a great idea, gonna be completely honest.
Not even too much, just like enough to know if it's a land spout or visual features.
Yeah, that's basically all I'm asking. Let's see what the HRRR says this close. It still says that there's like bits and bobs of cells that form, but nothing really too interesting. You might be looping the stream. Who? I don't know. Supercell developing hook north west of Pettibone, North Dakota. You don't have to ping me 5 times. One is good enough.
There really isn't much with that. I mean, there is some general rotation, but in terms of that, it doesn't look like the most impressive thing in the world.
Stewie, you said the B word, and now we're getting a so-so tornado. So look what you did. Look what you did. You said the B word. Are you happy now? Bruh. Literal large bruh moment. Every single time someone says a bust before things actually happen, literally things hit the fan. Here we go. John Spears, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate that. I mean, it happens every single time. Every single time. You said the B word, and now we're probably going to get an actual tornado.
Why would you call it a bust now when this stuff hasn't even really started yet?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, for sure. I was covering So. Unfortunately, my stream actually, I couldn't save my stream to the fact of YouTube actually losing my 24-hour live stream, and YouTube apparently does not like live streams.
Oh, is that why you broke up the? Is that why you broke up this thing, or just because of you as well?
No, I broke it up just because of that. Didn't want to lose any of my live streams. So, but I was covering the So tornado, and that thing was crazy. Someone literally said bust before the event even happened, and literally there was across the board. It was crazy. But
all right, who's ready for El Reno 2.0 chat? Get hyped.
What? As long as it's over a non-residential area, I'm fine.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually some decent rotation on this thing now, chat. I gotta say. This thing is now re-strengthening. And it has wrapped its outflow around with an outflow boundary. This is starting to get scary now. I'm gonna be completely honest.
Wow.
You see it too.
This actually seems legit now. And I mean that seriously.
Yeah.
Like, not as a joke. Because I know it's a joke here, but this actually seems like it could be.
This actually seems like it's an actual freaking
Nader season, boys and girls.
That is a 93.2 knot delta velocity. That is 108 well, that's a 108 mile per hour delta velocity right there. Spectrum width actually is mental around that area. 30 knots. ZDR shows an actual updraft characteristic. This is starting to get pretty serious now, especially since this is heading towards Fredonia and Clume. Or Coolum.
Populated areas.
Decently populated areas. This is in North Dakota. This is near the border of South Dakota and North Dakota. Just to the north and west of Aberdeen. This is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to actually monitor. This could potentially go.
I'm going to keep an eye on that warning website that I have.
Oh yeah, I would too. I wouldn't be surprised if they reissued another one. I honestly wouldn't.
Whether it's confirmed or not is different, but
the rotation's kind of a bit more broad now. I think it's mainly because of the outflow boundary that it has there, but if it can actually pick up speed and wrap around its outflow, this could potentially get worse than the last scan. You can definitely see some sort of hooking characteristic with the inflow unimpeded, maybe with a couple of extra scattered thunderstorms. But, my goodness, that is definitely some sort of convergence in around there. Let's take a 3D of it. Oh yeah, definitely has an inflow notch, alright. Definitely has an inflow notch, alright.
Is it one of those big frick off inflow notches like we saw the other day? Or
no, it's actually, it's not really, so there's two different types of...
reasonably modest?
There's two different types of interesting inflow notches, alright? So, there's the bigger ones that I showed you earlier, earlier in the week, that had, capability of producing large hail. This one's the one that's kind of a bit more concerning for tornadoes. And it's literally because alongside of the downdraft, literally you can see it wrapping the updraft up into the top part of the inflow notch, which is not good. Whenever I see that, that's when it's starting to kind of ramp up a bit. So you see the classic arch that I look for an inflow notch, the inflow unimpeded. But what I'm looking for right here, this kind of tilted axis more to where the updraft is literally holding up all of these storms. You can see how everything's invisible, and you can kind of see these like hanging precipitation bits and bobs. This is where the updraft literally holds up all the precipitation. And whenever that happens, that is when it starts to get concerning. You can actually see where it starts to wrap the downdraft up, down and around, and even up towards the updraft again to cycle through to have some sort of rotation. So something to keep in mind there. This cell definitely is starting to look really interesting. If I took a look on rotation, just 3D rotation, bunch of bunch of blessed stuff here, but I'm gonna try and make it look as best as possible for you all. I think the best way that I can actually do this is by getting a smaller area, a smaller 3D box. So we'll take a look at the rotation. Actually a bit further north. There we go. Hopefully I got it. There it is. So I got it for you. You see this kind of blue bump right here? This thing right here. That is the rotation that spans up into the actual supercell. That actually goes up to about 30,000 feet. And down and around those areas, definitely something to where people are going to want to continue to monitor that, especially since this has continued to actually intensify slowly but surely, but still moving along the line. And there's some new velocities in here that's actually kind of concerning across the board. So that's really, it's starting to kind of ramp up again. It might try to actually, try to surge its downdraft a bit more. If it can do that, it can get out in front of the outflow boundary.
Holy crap! Nate. A large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 9 miles southwest of Culm, or 18 miles northeast of Ashley, moving northeast at 35. This is a particularly dangerous situation.
There it is. So we got a PDS
immediately.
So say the counties. Say the counties.
Following counties: Lemoore County in southeastern North Dakota, Dickey County in southeastern North Dakota, McIntosh County in southeast North Dakota. This is until 8 Central. Take cover immediately if you are in these areas. This is a dangerous, dangerous situation.
Oh, yeah. So, particularly dangerous.
If you take a look at the velocities, there's a big, big couplet right there.
Mm-hmm. Yep, as I said, it's starting to ramp up a bit, and indeed, it is now trying to ramp up a bit more when it comes to its actual velocities. We don't actually see a correlation coefficient. We might actually see a little bit kind of lagging behind, but still really gusty winds forming the downdraft that pulls in and the inflow unimpeded whatsoever. You guys remember how I kind of described that horizontal hanging downdraft that I saw on the 3D? That is exactly what I look for strong tornadoes. And indeed, the National Weather Service agrees with me that there is a potentially dangerous situation for parts of Culm, near State Route 56, near Maricourt. So if you live over in those areas, there is no question whatsoever in North Dakota for Dickey, Lemoore, and McIntosh, you need to go ahead and get into your safe space now. You need to go ahead, get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, whether it's a basement, a bathroom, or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This is a particularly dangerous situation, a large and extremely dangerous tornado that was located 9 miles southwest of Culm. So you guys need to just take your precautions as this continues to move off to the north and east. Let's get some timings out for everyone around here. I believe that the rotation...
About 15 minutes from Culm.
Yep, it's about 10 to 15 minutes. It'll be passing over State Route 56 just to the south of Culm in about 10 minutes. Then it'll be heading off towards the Edgeley area down and around State Route 13 in about 30 minutes. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas, or if you live in those areas, for geography's sake, you can kind of see in the timing of which these storms are actually moving off. Definitely one of those things to where people need to continue to monitor this as this continues to move off to the north and east. As I mentioned, according to the National Weather Service, this is a particularly dangerous situation, a large and extremely dangerous tornado. So you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions as this moves on through. And even then, if you're further south than that, in Maricourt, you guys are going to see some really gusty winds from that outflow boundary. A lot of gusty winds surging in around here. Would not be surprised if you had some sort of gusty winds across the board. So something to keep in mind.
Even if you are in the Edgeley area and are not in immediate threat to this, you need to monitor this really, really vigilantly. You should get into your safe space regardless right now, as this could go right towards you all.
Yep.
It is moving in the general direction of the northeast, but any small turn to the east, it will head right for Edgeley. So you guys need to make sure you are in your safe space immediately. This is a dangerous situation as stated by the warning. And why is my phone going off? Can you shut up, please?
For sure. I mean, this is a very interesting situation as this continues to move on through. Honestly, I'm really curious to see how this continues to play out as to whether or not the storm could actually wrap around its downdraft a bit more. But just across the board, you guys can see the spectrum width in and around the area shows really nice, really nice downdraft winds and turbulence in and around near the actual gust front or the outflow boundary that I have stated before. However, the spectrum width down and around where the original area of rotation, it was mental at one point. Now it has kind of subsided a little bit. Seems as if there isn't as much of a lowering in around that area. But still, you can see the greens moving towards the radar, the reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Still do not see a correlation.
This is why you do not say bus. Keep your mouth shut until we actually see what the actual event is going to be like in full. Do not call anything ahead of time, because as we've seen before, you had so, and now we're getting this, which could potentially be a very, very big tornado.
Yeah.
So, just be quiet.
The track record of people saying bust before anything happens in this stream is not good. So, we might as well just ban the word bust until it actually happens. Until afterwards. But still one of those things where you guys need to just, monitor this either way. Whether or not it busts, whether or not it doesn't. One of those things where you need to continue to monitor this as this continues to move on through. So, definitely one of those things where as it continues to move off to the north and east. Coulm and Edgeley. I said Coulm will be impacted in about 10 minutes, now 5 to 10 minutes. Edgeley in about 30 minutes. It'll be crossing over State Route 13 in about 20 to 25 minutes. So if you live over there, you guys need to continue to monitor this. Take your proper precautions as this moves on through. Definitely one of those things where you do not want to be in the direction of this actual, in the actual path of this storm. So something to keep in mind with all of that as that continues to move off to the north and east. I see a tornado vortex signature according to GR2. However, if I circle that area, you can also say there's a correlation coefficient drop there. But if we go over to reflectivity, number one is it not only associated with the actual supercell, but it is along a little outflow boundary. You can kind of see this little line that drags along with the gusty winds that pushes in behind it. So a lot of really fast, rapid, gusty winds moving down and around those areas. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move off. Even if you're not near Coulm, even if you're not near Edgeley, and even if you're not directly in the path of this tornado that has been reported, or not really reported on the ground, but it has been confirmed by the National Weather Service that there is an extremely large and dangerous tornado, you could still be getting gusty winds from all of these, whether you're north of the storm or whether you're south of the storm. So you might as well just go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get to your shelter now. That would be
May I just point out something that is not related to this storm? We have reports, according to GR2, of 3 3/4 inch hail in Kidder and Logan counties. So if you happen to be in that area, you need to get under a safe shelter immediately, as this is going to be very deadly hail coming down. This is to the west of Streeter, and to the northwest of the PDS tornado warning that we're talking about right now. And it actually could have some velocities associated with it, so I'll keep an eye on that. Nate, you just keep an eye on the...
Yep, indeed. So I do believe that there could be the potential for some sort of activity. I do want to mention right now, maybe some sort... Matthew, can you absolutely screw off? Can I actually cover this, please? Thank you.
Like, we actually got a thing right now.
There's a particularly dangerous tornado right now that's in North Dakota, near Coulm, near Fredonia, and it's going to be it's really serious right now. And you know, as much as I would love to play around, it's enough. Enough is enough for these games. As a matter of fact, I have a delta velocity of 120 knots now. That's
Knots?
Yes,
Okay.
knots. That's 94 miles per hour. That's 44. I'm seeing 138 mile per hour delta velocity on this storm right now. So definitely one of those things where you guys need to continue to take your precautions. If this wraps around its downdraft, it could definitely go. It could definitely produce a very strong tornado as it continues to move on through to the north and east. So as I mentioned, PDS tornado warning. It'll be eventually heading off into the Coulm area relatively shortly. I believe Coulm will be impacted within the next 5 minutes. So if you aren't already in your safe space in Coulm, North Dakota, or if you know anyone who lives down and around that area, you guys need to tell them to go ahead and get to their safe space. Now is the time. Not any time after now. It's now or never. Until, and if you don't get in your safe space, guaranteed something might happen. So I'd rather you
just take your precautions.
Rather you take your precautions
be safe
now.
than sorry. It doesn't matter what happens with this. It's a PDS warning. You got to be in your safe space if you want to have the best chances of getting through this. There could be significant damage and threat to life and property with this. So you need to be sure that you're taking your precautions.
Somebody was asking for a 3D model of this. I will indeed provide a 3D model. I do want to mention.
That's actually a very good idea.
I do want to mention that the actual velocities have kind of weakened a bit, so that's a good. That's the good sign there. There actually is a decent little inflow notch in and around this area, so something to keep in mind with all of that as it continues to move on through. Udwetter Bio Bachtung Chris Uderlin, thank you for the subscription, and yeah, I'm not going to attempt that. But thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate. I really do appreciate that. So definitely one of those things where across the board, this is really something to where people need to continue to monitor this. As I mentioned, if you live near Coulm, near Edgeley, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions as this is heading into your general vicinity now. Any videos or pictures of news media covering the storm and the tornado? I do not believe so. But I guess we will have to see. Definitely the potential for some sort of tornadic rotation down and around there. But let's see. Let's see.
It might have weakened at this point, which would be very optimal, but
tornado
spectrum width is still pretty ridiculous.
Coulm. Give me a couple seconds.
Yeah.
As I'm trying to figure out if there's any pictures on this. I do not see any pictures of it. I do see a lot of velocities, different color tables, using all that. My goodness. What in the world? Okay, that was in 2019. Okay. I was just about to say, if that was the actual tornado, I would actually freak out. But thank God it actually wasn't. But still, some sort of general rotation heading towards Coulm. I don't see any sort of debris signature as of right now. So something to where that's good news. Really good news as of right now. But it could potentially intensify as it moves along the line. So something to where you guys need to continue to monitor that. One north of the storm you are tracking now is doing nunny. I mean, there's a bunch of storms across the board. Actually, what I could do is I could...
Oh my god, GR2 won't load. Oh my goodness.
Sounds about right. So that's Aberdeen. Still some general rotation. Grand Forks. Let's see. Is there anything that's trying to form off of these storms? There could be. There could be something that's trying to form off of these storms. There's even something that's trying to form back up in Minnesota again. Some general rotation. So I wouldn't be surprised if something happens there. Bunch of storms that are forming across the outflow boundary there. But as of right now, still something to where people need to continue to monitor that as that continues to move on through. All of these cells have the potential of possibly producing tornadoes along the line. So keep in mind with that.
Okay, literally, someone is trying to send me TikTok. I don't have time for this.
Just mute your notifications. Say goodbye to your feelings. I mean, this is definitely something interesting across the board. And even then, there's even more rotation further along the line, too. Take a look at the storm relative velocities. You can even see there's even some down to the south of Seneca along State Route 47 north of Highmore. You can see the greens are moving towards, the reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. If we were taking a look at the correlation coefficient, nothing really too much as of right now, but you can kind of see in velocities. The blues are overlapping the darker greens, and that can create some of the overlap rotation, if you will. So something in and along those lines, definitely something to where people are going to want to continue to monitor that as it continues to move on through. So potential tornadic system down there, pretty interesting to continue to watch, to say the least. That'll be continuing off to the north and east across the board. 3D model, I'll take a look at that. Tornado's still on the ground, according to some of the people. I think it is still on the ground. There's a photo on Twitter now. If you don't mind, if any of you want to send that to me on Discord, link in the description down below as to my my server. I'm literally the owner as soon as you join in. Just send me a message across the board. So, but still something to where people need to continue to monitor that. Out of regards and the safety of, well, not really the safety, but respect for the people who actually chase. I don't want to steal their content, so I'm going to put that over here. Bob Pack and Mark Dress. So, how do I want to view that? I can look at Bob Pack. We can take a look at Mr. Bob Pack or Mark Dress. Let's see. You guys are saying Mark Dress is the dude. So let's take a look and see what all we could be seeing. I don't see anything from Mark Dress. I don't see anything anymore. A lot of rain-wrapped characteristics down and around there. Oh yeah, there might be something that's still on the ground, chat. I'm not gonna lie. There might be something that's still on the ground. Wedge tornado, according to Bob Pack. West-northwest. Yep. I can see that wedge tornado on there. So, yep, Bob Pack already said still a wedge tornado in and around. So we're going to continue to monitor this. The storm has not officially died. It hasn't died quite yet, but definitely one of those things where an apparent wedge tornado is down and around near that area. I mean, that is absolutely that is interesting. I gotta say, we're just speechless right now, chat. The fact of the matter is that
I'm just
we're kind of just sitting
I'm looking
here
through Twitter, seeing if I can find anything at the moment, and I'm not finding a whole lot. I did see the thing that you mentioned, but I haven't found much else. Well, whoever said bust, there you go. There's your bust. Have fun with that.
Give me a second. Delete.
Could I get a recent frame from GR2? That would be just lovely. Thank you.
It's just crazy right now. What all's happening in and around that? I mean, that is just woof.
That may have missed Coolm to the barely north. If that did, then huge pog in chat, but I don't think it.
Yeah, possibly. I had some of the people in the server that I'm in, some of the smart people who are actually in the server say that this actually had a correlation coefficient drop, and I wouldn't be surprised if it actually did. But still something to keep in mind. Yep.
We have a tornado warning for, this is going to be Folk in South Dakota. That's going to be in effect until 8 Central.
That's the cell that I was talking about, chat. That's the cell that I was talking about.
And I have no idea where they see anything that warrants a tornado warning.
Oh, I see it.
Biggest gusty wind threat.
I kind of see it.
Where are you looking?
So if you are you on GR2 right now?
Yes.
Okay, right click the warning box and click Storm Motion from warning. And then go to Storm Relative Velocities. What you guys can see here is the greens are moving towards, the reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Notice how everything is kind of linear right here, chat. That tells you there isn't really a lot of convergence. It is indeed a bit more of rotation in and around these areas. So this is definitely a supercellular tornadic rotation warranted for a tornado warning. That'll be heading off eventually to the north and east. There's also a new tornado warning in Florida. We'll actually get to that in a second.
Yeah. North Central Volusia County.
Yep. So, but we'll continue.
Eastern. I'll take a look at that right now.
Yeah, we'll continue to talk about this. However, this will be eventually heading off. It's crossing over State Route 47 as we speak, but it'll eventually be going over to United States Route 212. So people along United States Route 212, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I do want to mention real quick, as it is going to be heading off into that general vicinity just to the east of Seneca towards the United States Route 212 area. That'll be crossing over that road in about 5 minutes. So if you live along those areas, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions now. This is definitely one of those things where you need to continue to monitor that. And then it'll be crossing over State Route 20 in South Dakota in about 15 minutes. Let's go over to the tornado warning down over in Volusia County in Florida.
This includes Daytona Beach.
Yep.
This includes Daytona Beach. So if you are in that area, you need to take your precautions or whatever you can, because I know a lot of houses in Florida for some reason don't have basements.
Mm-hmm.
So just the innermost part of your building, like Nate said, particularly a bathroom or closet, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the rotation as possible. I don't see where the rotation is coming from, though. I'm going to 3D this.
Because it is quite difficult to see, it is actually looking up about 6,000 feet up in the sky. It might be a bit more surface-based, but definitely a lot of rotation down and around those areas. You could definitely see stuff along the outer bands, the popcorn cells that I have been mentioning for the most part across the board. So people need to go ahead and monitor this as this continues to move off to the north and east, eventually offshore, but it'll be heading off to the Daytona Beach area around the Holly Hill and Ormond Beach. So let's get some timings as to this actual tornadic rotation. This will be heading off to the Ormond Beach area in about 15 minutes, be crossing over I-95 in about 5. So you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions as that continues to move on through to the north and east. You guys need to continue to monitor that as that moves off.
Yeah, Daytona Beach is set to be affected in 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are in that area, definitely take your precautions.
Yep, the Daytona Beach metro area around 3 to 5 minutes, and then eventually into the Holly Hill area, maybe in around 10 minutes, as well as Ormond Beach, and quite possibly around 15. So if you guys know anyone who lives over there, go ahead and tell them to take their precautions. As we mentioned before, get to your safe space. And if you know anyone who lives in this area, tell them to do so as well. Either that or send them to me as a visual aid for what all could be happening down and around in Daytona Beach. So something to keep in mind there as that continues to move off to the north and east.
Okay, the coolant tornado thing is no longer on the ground. Even as said by the warning, it says a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Coolum at this point. So from this point seems to have lifted, which is great news.
Break.
It is still
break. We might possibly have a correlation coefficient drop on the cell in Falk County in South Dakota. So we might actually have the beginning of a debris signature actually spewing up and eventually heading off towards the United States 212 area. So to basically reiterate, if you live along United States Route 212 in South Dakota, you need to go ahead and take your precautions, get underground, or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet, with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation, maybe even the tornado, as possible. So something to keep in mind, maybe a quick brief spin up down and along the line here, maybe some sort of debris signature that could have spawned off of this. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on
Do you
through.
know
Go.
there is hail with this? So I don't know if correlation coefficient would be the best thing.
Well, due to the fact that the hail is not around the 1.5 to 2 inch mark, I wouldn't really actually mess with the correlation coefficient all too much. But still, one of those things where people need to continue to monitor that as that continues to move on through. Let's go back over to the Daytona Beach area. Definitely one of those things to where you can see a kinking along the line across the board. So people need to continue to monitor that. But still, some sort of general area of rotation moving on through to the north and east, eventually impacting the Daytona Beach and the Holly Hill area. So if you live along there in those areas, as well as the Ormond Beach, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions as well and get to your safe space. You definitely want to be in your safe space more or less than outside, because you probably won't be able to see it unless it's actually right over top of you. So you need to continue to monitor that as that moves off to the north and east. Let's see.
There's a little daylight around, but still not enough, I think. So don't wait to see it or hear it, like the warnings mostly say. Just get into your safe space now. It's just don't take risks, really, with this situation.
Forever was asking from what city this is near in South Dakota. This is near Seneca or Falkton. This is down and along United States Route 212. Could possibly be on the ground. There's a brief tornado debris signature that actually, or maybe a possible debris signature from this storm as that continues to move on through. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move off to the north and east. I do want to possibly mention that there could be another rotation that's trying to cycle through south of the original tornado warning in North Dakota. There actually is a really interesting...
Oh my goodness.
Really interesting little hook here that is attempting to form with
I don't think that's de-aliasing either.
I think the original velocities has indeed died down a bit, but there's still some sort of velocity signature in and around here. The reds and oranges moving away from the radar, the greens moving towards, and right in the middle is where I would expect where the rotation would be. So across the board, definitely would be something to where people need to continue to monitor that. The spectrum width shows could be some sort of gusty winds that could be forming relatively soon. Maybe some sort of outflow boundary that it creates. But nevertheless, something that it needs to continue to we need to continue to monitor as that continues to move on through. It does have potentially a ZDR column. A ZDR column measures an updraft that goes from the base all the way up into the storm. So something that people need to continue to monitor as that continues to move off to the north and east.
CC drop maybe, question mark, take a look at it.
No, I'm looking at it. It's not really over the velocities. So I do believe that it is kind of a bit more obscured into the inflow. However, it's definitely one of those things where along the line it could possibly produce a tornado even out in front of it. So something that people need to continue to monitor with that. Let's go down to Daytona Beach again. We're kind of cycling through a bunch of different rotations just to try and get as many people as possible.
The North Dakota thing.
Yeah, very good. Definitely still a tornado warning for Volusia County in Florida. That'll be in effect until 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Across the board, it's just been really gusty winds. There's actually a little bit of kinks in the rotation down and around near Daytona Beach. So if you live around near Daytona Beach, South Daytona, Holly Hill, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. As I mentioned, get underground and get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. You're definitely not going to want to be in the way of this, especially since these storms over in Florida are moving relatively at decent speeds, moving north at 35 miles per hour. For geography's sake, the severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over the Daytona International Speedway 11 minutes ago. So it has definitely moved off towards the north and east. Definitely could be something to where people could continue to monitor that. But as of right now, I do not see a tornado on the ground, a tornado debris signature from this cell heading into Daytona Beach. But definitely something to where people along there are going to want to monitor this as this moves off to the north and east. With some decently gusty winds and maybe a possible tornado. I'm getting reports here from my chat saying that there could be a possible funnel cloud. I'm not sure if that is is actually true. However,
we can check Spotter Network.
What I could actually do is I can go into Melbourne. I can go into that NWS chat, see if that was professionally submitted in as a report. No, I do not see a report of a funnel cloud in around there. However, you could definitely see something down and along those lines. So definitely something to where people can continue to take their proper precautions down and around those areas. NZ, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. For everyone who is new, there's 3 tornado warnings right now. One in Daytona Beach that's kind of marching on through in those general vicinities. Possibly some gusty winds, maybe a brief embedded tornado in and around those areas. So definitely to where people are going to want to take precautions on that. And then we're going to take a look at Aberdeen. We're going to get that up for us. We got that in NWS chat. Don't see any from Aberdeen either. And then we're going to take a look at stuff in a second. But as of right now, definitely some rain, some gusty winds, maybe even a little embedded tornado down and along the line. So people need to continue to monitor that as that continues to move off to the north and east. We're going to quickly take a look at some of the other storms in other places, including one that has been kind of meddling around for quite some time. There was the original storm that produced a quote wedge tornado. It produced a particularly dangerous situation. That storm has actually deteriorated. There is a new storm that is forming and is actually pushing off into the actual area of rotation. Or the actual
doesn't look fantastic at this point, but I think it still definitely could recycle and potentially do something. I'll be right back. My mother's calling me real quick.
Oh my god.
See you later.
Yeah, see ya, Chris.
Be good.
Yeah, of course.
Lock the door.
That's mainly because my brother literally decided to raid my room.
Easy, dude.
Yeah, see ya. So across the board, guys, we can see all sorts of risks, especially with tornadoes as that continues to move on through to the north and east. Yep, hopefully we do see each other, NZ. Definitely would love to get to working with you. Actually, we could even collaborate a little bit, even if we aren't. Well, I'm going into Penn State meteorology relatively soon. This will be my freshman year coming in, but I'm still trying to figure out a bunch of stuff with modeling supercells with CM1, which I'll eventually be bringing in. But if you want to talk about stuff like that, feel free to hit me up. So, across the board, all sorts of risks. Definitely the the thing that people is not going to want to take lightly is these storms moving on through. So something to keep in mind as that moves on to the north and east. Yep, so there's already been a report of a tornado here. Now this was the picture that we saw from Bob Pack. And so definitely something to where there was indeed a tornado down and around that area. And according to Bob Pack, it was a wedge, but it's very difficult to tell as to whether or not there was. It was high precipitation based, but still one of those things to where there was reports of the potential of some sort of tornadic rotation. So something to keep in mind with that. It was quite much so, as I said, high precipitation based, but still one of those things where you got to continue to stay out of the path of these tornadic cells across the board. The tornado warning for Volusia County will continue until 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Still, a radar indicated rotation. Actually got updated right here. But I can see a lot of gusty winds down and around this area, as well as some possible spin-ups across the board. Ron Baylor, what's up? Should make the 10% larger. I kind of anticipated them to make it a little bit larger due to the fact that the NAM kind of over-mixed the event towards the beginning and allowed thunderstorms to break the cap early. So now, since there's there isn't really a lot of... there is a lot more cape than there originally was. The storms will continue to kind of blow up and billow, form these little discrete cells that move on through along a line into parts of South Dakota, North Dakota, and even Minnesota. Let's see. Did you know the top school for meteorology is Mississippi State University? I heard Penn State at some time. In some other lists, Penn State was number one. And I heard in some lists that for some reason Texas A&M was number one. So, I heard that they were top school in meteorology. Yeah, definitely across the board. You can definitely see some gusty winds moving on through in Daytona Beach. South Daytona Beach, down near Port Orange, and further down south along United States Route 1. You guys are out of the tornado risk. It's more or less just a wind risk for you, but more for Holly Hill and Daytona Beach and Ormond Beach. You guys need to continue to monitor that as that continues to move off to the north and east. That'll be eventually moving off the coast and will get out of everyone's hair. So if everyone stays in their safe space, you guys will be able to take your proper precautions and move on all the way through as that continues to move on through your area. Let's go ahead, take a look back at the actual general rotations back over in North Dakota and South Dakota. Definitely one of those things where there was a bit of rotation down and around these areas. Now it's gotten a bit obscured. The velocities have actually kind of bowed out a bit more to more of a gusty wind threat. You can see how the velocities are a bit more linear. So very similar as to how the velocity was before with the tornado warning prior, but still something really interesting. We've got a new tornado warning for Edmonds and Falk County in South Dakota. That'll be in effect until 8:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If I were taking a look at all these storms and actually tell you all as to where all this would be, I would, in my best judgment, say that this got extended. The warning probably got extended towards the Loyalton and the Ipswich area. So, yep, there it is indeed. If you guys live near the Loyalton and Ipswich area, I would go ahead and inform you to take your precautions and get into your safe space as that continues to move off towards United States Route 12. So, Loyalton, that'll be impacting your area almost immediately. And then as it continues to move on towards Ipswich, that'll be crossing over United States Route 12 in about 15 minutes. So something to where you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions as it moves off to the north and east. One of those things where you're going to want to actually monitor the situation very closely. And even if you aren't directly in the tornado warning, I've kind of noticed today that there has been a lot of these storms that have kind of fizzed out and moved off and merged to the left, merged to the right, up, down, left, right, basically across the board, to where there could be so many other situations and stipulations as to where these cells actually go. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. This cell could definitely attempt to try and reform, restructure itself, and possibly even produce a tornado. So something to keep in mind there. You can still see the greens are moving towards the radar, the reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So as that moves off, let's actually get a better track here for you all. That'll actually be moving off near the when it will cross over US Route 12. That'll be in about 10 minutes heading off towards the Ipswich area. So you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions as it moves off to the north and east. Just by taking a look at some of the other cells and see what all we're dealing with here. Nothing really too interesting. I'll actually switch over to the Fargo, the Grand Forks radar just to see what all is happening around there. And actually, I will actually...
I'm finally back. That took way too long. I apologize.
You're fine. Who issued this? Grand Forks. So is there a reason why Grand Forks is not on... Is it Fargo? No, it isn't. I'm very confused as to why...
What?
MVX... Is there not a an NWS chat for Grand Forks?
Don't.
It doesn't
We've
seem...
never really had it. We've never really had to use it.
That is very thing. Okay, everyone wants to see a 3D. Let's indeed take a 3D of this storm just to see what all exactly is it's looking as it continues to move on through. Not really that interesting. Maybe a little bit of an inflow notch right here. You can see the typical arch that I would look for. So there is some sort of inflow notch, but it is kind of impeded with a bunch of thunderstorms out in front of it. So quite possibly, it won't be as strong as it was, but it could definitely get stronger as soon as those thunderstorms move out of that general vicinity. So definitely something where you can see that classic inflow notch that I look for and could possibly intensify furthermore. One thing I do want to say, though, is that the rotation does span relatively high, almost to 40,000, even 45,000 feet. You can kind of see this giant blue blob right here, indicating that there is some rotation spanning up into the upper parts of the actual storm. So definitely something to keep in mind, across the board. Really one of those things where, as it continues to move on through, people need to continue to monitor that. Take a look at that. That's definitely... Here, let's take a look at the storm relative velocities. See what all exactly is happening. You can kind of see the general area of rotation, but it really is more of a surging wind out in front. Wouldn't be surprised if you had some sort of gusty winds developing from this storm, but either way, still one of those things where people need to continue to monitor that across the board. So you can definitely get some spin-ups along that line, similar to how you saw rotation down and around those areas. Photo of the wedge tornado in North Dakota stars only look like EF2 or 3. Well, the only thing about it is that you can't really tell the strength of a tornado until afterwards. So
you have to really assess. You have to really. National Weather Service has to go out and assess the damage or whatever.
If there was any damage to begin with.
Now, yeah, because the way they do it now, they do it by EF, which includes damage to buildings and structures or whatever. Which is the only reason to this day that the El Reno tornado was an EF3. It had wind speeds of over 300 miles per hour.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it really just traveled for the most part on open territory.
Yep.
Which, big thing avoided. Or big,
I mean, there was radars. There was literally radars. A mobile radar station that literally got put over there literally said 303 mile per hour delta velocity. So I would not be surprised. They should have just used that as evidence to make it an EF3. Literally, you have a radar that told you so. That was literally right in its face. So
they should. I don't know if this opinion's popular or unpopular, but they should go back to the F scale.
Latest convective outlook just got issued. still an enhanced risk, as IEM bot says. Definitely something to where we're going to take a look at that in a bit. The storms over in Daytona Beach, not really too prevalent, a lot more of a gusty wind risk, so people around in that tornado warning for Volusia County, you guys are going to be completely fine in my honest opinion. Definitely won't be impacting you all too much. IEMBot has Grand Forks as eastern North Dakota. Are you serious?
Seems legit.
It is eastern North Dakota. Oh, fun times. There's still an enhanced risk for that area too, so that'll be pretty interesting to take a look at. But let's take a look at this rotation that does not have a tornado warning. It could actually possibly go tornado warned. So this is for the severe thunderstorm warning for Griggs, Barnes, and Steele County in North Dakota. That'll be in effect until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. There could definitely be something around there. You can actually see the rotation that spans through, wraps around the side. So you can definitely see a possibility, some sort of inflow notch there, but it is impeded due to the fact of all the scattered convection. So it's definitely something to keep in mind of. If I were to actually take a storm motion from warning here, show you the storm relative velocities, you can actually see the reds are moving away, the greens are moving towards, right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And as it continues to span up north, almost north and east towards the Leald and the Rogers area, as well as the State Route 9 and the State Route 1 vicinity, you guys need to continue to take your proper precautions. Get to a sturdy building to where you'd be close enough to your safe space, just in case if this does go tornado warned. It very well could, down and around those areas. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. We've got reports of ping pong ball sized hail in Lyman County, South Dakota. So all these storms could quite possibly get not only gusty winds, maybe even a tornado, but even the unspoken risk, large hail down and around across the general vicinity. So something to keep in mind there. Do you think that Cristobal has made a second landfall yet? I do not know, but let's find out. We can actually go on to the satellite imagery and see what all exactly has happened with Cristobal. Yeah, I do believe that it has indeed actually made its second landfall. We can actually take a look and to see that it has actually moved right over the New Orleans general vicinity. So something to keep in mind down and around there. There's also been reports of a quarter-sized hail down and around near Lancaster, near Kitson County in Minnesota, 7 miles north of Lancaster. The spotter has reported that the quarter-sized hail was noted across the entire highway, so definitely something to keep in mind there. Widespread quarter-sized hail in some of these storms across the board, so something to keep in mind with all of that. But let's continue to take a look across the board at all of these storms. Definitely one of those things to where... oh boy, what is this? Alright, so we've got a report of a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust near Jamestown, North Dakota. So we're starting to get the wind gusts here. That's starting to ramp up a bit.
Yep. Yep. That is just to the actually at this point that's just to the south and west of the rotation that you mentioned near Leal.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something to note.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if something starts to ramp up down and around those areas. The only tornado warning actually seems to be down and around the general area with the gusty winds that I mentioned before. Actually, this is now turning into more of a gusty wind threat, a straight line wind threat, as I do say so myself, more towards a linear QLCS per se, moving off to the north and east. So people, you guys need to go ahead, continue to monitor that. Even if you aren't directly impacted by the tornado warning, you will definitely get some straight line winds and upwards of possibly 60 miles per hour. So definitely not fun times for you. You don't really want to get impacted by all of that, especially if you're caught outside of the actual storm. We've got a not tornado warning, the severe thunderstorm warning for Marshall and Polk County continues until 8:30 p.m. That'll have risks of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 2-inch size hail, and we'll also have a tornado possible on that. So if you live in Marshall and Polk counties in Minnesota, you guys need to monitor that, as that does have a tornado possible tag deemed by the National Weather Service. Across the board, the tornado warning for Dickey, Lemoore, and McIntosh County in North Dakota, as you've seen, has expired. Same with most of the other ones, except for the one near Edmonds and Falk County. That will continue until I believe that is 8:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So something to keep in mind there as that continues to move off to the north and east. Let's see. Any tornadoes coming up this week from any other storms around the U.S.? Not as bad as the risk for today. But
Wednesday,
I would say
it could end up being interesting.
I would say tomorrow, Tuesday, and Wednesday are the days that everyone should be watching, and then we'll take a break from severe weather. That's honestly my opinion as to the severe weather risks going on through into later in the week. Penn State should play North Dakota football. Seems legit. Let's see. Reports of a thunderstorm wind gust 66 miles per hour near in Edmonds County in South Dakota. That is near Bodle, down and around there. 1 mile actually east-southeast of Bodle, so something to keep in mind from that. Real quickly, I'm going to take a break, go use the restroom, and just talk about the tornado warning right now, the only tornado warning, as to what I'll use.
The only one?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll hop back to that then.
I'll put velocities and reflectivity up for you.
Yep. I'm actually going to pull up the same. That might be the most helpful. So, ladies and gents, right now with this tornado warning, it doesn't seem, at least from my perspective, it doesn't seem like it's the biggest threat that we've seen all day. That's what I'll say. It doesn't seem like the biggest threat that we've seen all day. Mostly gusty winds from what we're seeing and some precipitation. That hail is getting up to 1 inch, which is very interesting to see. This is another one of those storms that I would like to point out, moving north at 80 miles per hour. If you remember yesterday when we had the derecho, it moved like wildfire. I believe it moved like 120 miles per hour at one point. So this is another one of those storms that just is running from the scene and whatever it creates. This is very close to the radar site as well, so we know that we're getting pretty good information. It might be getting too close quite soon. This is about to... Actually, there we go. No more tornado warnings. So there goes that. It has been taken out of effect early by the National Weather Service. I'm actually going to go and... I know this won't be on your screen, ladies and gents, but I'm going to go take a look at the tornado possible storm for Marshall and Polk, because I know that just recently got tornado possible and extended. So what it looks like right now is could be some very general rotation there. It doesn't look like anything special. But yeah, right now with this severe thunderstorm warning, the warning will be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And the hail is also there too, but really not that much going on in terms of the actual storm at the moment. So, there you go. And I might sneeze.
Very nice, Morgan. I was 2 seconds late, but you know what? Very nice.
Yeah, you left and the warning expired. Literally.
It was turning into a straight line wind risk, to be fair.
Yes.
But anyways, we'll take a look.
It's all the better anyway.
Yep. Let's see. We have a new severe thunderstorm wind gust measurement from Mesonet. Correct the previous non-thunderstorm wind gust to a severe wind gust of 76 miles per hour, just 7 miles west of Polo in Hyde County, South Dakota. So something to keep in mind there. some wind gusts down and around that, as well as another 70-mile-per-hour wind gust reported in Stutzman County, North Dakota, around 3 miles northeast of Jamestown. So that's actually near the cell that I was talking about earlier. That could potentially produce a tornado later on. So something to keep in mind with that. This storm continuously shows that could possibly produce something tornadic down and around across the board. But we'll continue to monitor that as that continues to move off to the north and east. Let's see. Trying to see here. Yeah, there's nothing really a lot across the board when it comes to tornadic potential, except for, let's see, Marshall and Polk. So where is Marshall and Polk in regards to Minnesota? Is that the southernmost severe thunderstorm warning, Morgan?
In Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I see it.
Yes.
So
it has some very general rotation, but really nothing too ridiculous.
You definitely see the oranges moving away, the grays moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation could quite possibly be. So it moves off to the north and east. Eventually,
it's
in the general
spot,
of course, but
nothing ridiculous.
Still some general area of rotation. So it could intensify, it could weaken, but the entire point of this is just to basically inform you all. Not only are you going to get gusty winds, you're also going to get some large hail as well. The maximum expected hail size is almost 1.5 inches, so something to keep in mind with that. And then you might even see a possible tornadic rotation or two later. So you can definitely see grays moving towards the radar, reds moving away, right in the middle. That'll eventually be heading off towards the State Route 4 vicinity, eventually off into the Stephen area. If you actually remember earlier in the stream, there actually was a few storms that moved in and around Stephen. So Stephen might be under the gun again down and around those areas. So something that they should definitely continue to monitor as that continues to move on through to the north and east. Let's see. New severe thunderstorm warning for Hughes, Hyde, Lyman, and Stanley counties in South Dakota. That'll be in effect until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. That is just for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1.5 inch sized hail. So something to keep in mind for you guys. Definitely have some sort of severe parameters down and around there. We also have reports from 1 mile west of Barlow in Foster County, North Dakota, of $half sized hail. And according to the reporter, at that time, it was still hailing. So across the board, definitely a bunch of risks to where there could possibly be something tornadic in and around those areas. So definitely something to keep in mind. All around those areas could be something tornadic in all of these areas. But even just gusty winds in general, you don't really want to deal with. So there's that much. I want to see what all is happening in Canada so bad, but I can't. I honestly
Nate,
can't.
I'm just gonna read out something from chat that Caitlin Brown just said. Hey everyone, hi Nate, miss ya. Just wanted to send love. Busy with the protests, but thinking of our whole weather friends nationwide.
Stay safe. Crazy tri-state to DC, but weather's crazy too. Isn't that the truth?
Yeah.
DC is crazy in itself, but yep. Make sure you stay safe out there too, Caitlin. Nice to see you around. I really do appreciate you coming out. But yeah, across the board, definitely all sorts of stuff that could be impacting down and around those areas. Juan Lee Juan, Kindly Kane, and Dak Blake too. Thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. I stopped my stream for a little bit, Becca. I took 20 minutes off to eat some burgers, but yeah, I'm still streaming. I'll continue to be streaming until later in the evening when I feel like the risk has officially died out. My gut's saying that stuff is starting to die down just a little bit, but it still is somewhat tornadic across the board, so we'll continue to be streaming down into the evening, later into the night. So something to keep in mind with that. New severe thunderstorm warning for Jones and Stanley County in South Dakota. That'll be in effect until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The risk for that one will be 1.5-inch sized hail, as well as 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So something to keep in mind with those storms down and around those areas. Anything near Illinois? As of right now, nothing is near in Illinois. But you could definitely see some stuff on Tuesday and into Wednesday. So something to keep in mind for that. Definitely Tuesday. Tuesday is something that you're going to want to monitor heavily. Just to inform you of the impending danger down and around your area. You might see a general vicinity, some sort of tornado risk down around those areas. We're getting a report from Florida in Lake County. A funnel cloud has been reported from a train spotter near the area of County Road 473 and US 441. So the storms down and around in Florida, definitely not out of the risk completely. So you still could see stuff.
Monitoring for a tornado warning.
Yep, go down to Florida. Chance of tornadoes in Manitoba, honestly, are the same as they are in Minnesota, in my honest opinion. The Storm Prediction Center.
Did you say, Nate?
This was in Lake County, Florida. I believe this is north of Orlando.
Orlando again.
North of Orlando. But the Storm Prediction Center issued a 10% chance of tornadoes with Hatched. Honestly, I think it's the same as it goes into Manitoba, or into Canada and the general vicinity too.
Best here, because probably the Melbourne one is probably.
Melbourne one is the closest one, I believe.
Yeah. They have crappy radar coverage.
But depending upon where you are, Winnipeg, probably not as much of a risk in my honest opinion here. I'll actually go on to here to show you all. There's Winnipeg right here. All the thunderstorms are kind of moving off to its south and east. So people around there definitely are going to want to continue to monitor that as that continues to move off to the north and east. Although stuff near Kenora, I can't see what that is. Is that Kajik? You guys can see stuff as well as Falcon Beach and Woodridge, as well as the Sandilands. You guys could see stuff as well. You can actually see scattered storms, maybe some little bits and bobs and areas of rotation just to the south of Falcon Beach. So if you're around near Falcon Beach, you might actually want to continue to monitor that as it continues to move on through to the north and east. So something to keep in mind there. Other cells definitely could have an issue with some sort of tornadic development, but as of right now, nothing right now that I see that could actually be tornadic in Canada.
What?
There still could, but down and around, nothing as of right now that I believe could be big tornadic. However, the resolution on this, the reflectivity from really far away is very kind of, it's really far, and it's not really too, let's put it this way, very pixelated. I will say that much. So it's kind of hard for me to say specifically as to what spots could get what. But even then, still could get stuff down and along just to the south and west of Winnipeg. Go, Morgan.
You said north of Orlando?
Mm-hmm.
Take a look for yourself, and I want you to get back to me on where on Earth there would literally be anything to report a funnel cloud from. I'm gonna 3D this crap because it just looks dumb.
Let's see. Well, I probably should have told you that I didn't read it fully. Probably should have told you. Now that I read it again.
Nate, I swear.
Let's just not take a look at Florida anymore. Yeah, apparently that report was at 6:42.
This is why we don't have nice things. This is why we don't have nice things. Whenever...
Apparently that was at 6:42.
Okay. Alright, bye. Alright.
Oh, love you, Morgan. Nice to see you.
This is
around.
why they tell you in school to read the directions in full, because otherwise you're gonna misinterpret something.
Everyone typically does it. Everyone does it. It's fine.
And now
It's
you're using
fine.
the everyone does it excuse. Okay. Alright.
But it's true.
Tornado
true.
warning in Minnesota.
Is there really? Yeah, there it is. Kitson and Marshall
Kitson and
County.
Marshall.
That'll be in effect until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The velocity
this
show.
is a legit tornadic threat as opposed to the thing in Florida.
Yeah.
See, like, there's a difference here.
Well, the velocities kind of show quite decent, actually.
My thing isn't loading. Oh my god.
Actually, it's very difficult to say for myself as to where
3D
exactly it is. No, I'm actually taking a storm relative velocity on this. Let's see. Apparently, this is radar indicated rotation. Once again, as I've mentioned, very difficult to see for myself. But you could definitely see some sort of rotation. The grays moving towards, the reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. I think the velocities might be kind of de-aliased a bit. Some of the products are actually missing down and around that area. So, but you can definitely see the hook characteristic there on reflectivity. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on. As I mentioned, that'll be heading off towards the Stephen area. I also did mention that there was a tornado possible on this before, so people around those areas need to continue to monitor this one, heading off towards the United States Route 75 area. Bibu80, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. So yeah, as we continue to take a look at this, I do not see a debris signature, which would be this kind of ball of blue and green and stuff like that. However, that does not mean that it won't produce a tornado along the line. It definitely could do so as it moves on through to the north and east. So people need to continue to monitor this as it heads towards Stephen. Let's get some timings out for you all.
I have a frame from 10 minutes ago. I want to throw my computer out a window.
Lamau.
Ooh,
what in the...
Those velocities are for sure de-aliased. I don't think that, it's possible, but I doubt there's a 96 on top of 53. That would be...
Oh, no, that's not where I'm looking. I'm using storm relative velocities again due to the fact of how...
Oh, you're using SRV.
Yeah, I'm using SRV again. It's a bit too obscured for me to use in the base velocities. But you can definitely see reds moving away, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, heading off towards Stephen. That'll eventually be crossing off to the side of Stephen, off to United States Route 75 in about 5 to 10 minutes. So people around there need to continue to monitor this one as this moves off to the north and east. Definitely something to where people need to continue to monitor this all the way through, especially since, in my honest opinion, we're not really seeing a lot the full story. You can definitely see the classic hook characteristic. For some reason, my actual computer is lagging.
You know,
a bit,
I would love to be able to know if I could see said classic hook characteristic.
Well, you can see the inflow notch there.
13 minutes ago.
Fun.
Like, yeah.
What tilt are you
You're
at?
telling me. 0.6 degrees.
Oh, what radar are you using then?
Grand Forks.
Oh, well then for some reason you're messing it up because I've got tilt from 0.5. You might have to reload GR2 in my honest opinion.
Yay! Alright.
Could be better, could be worse. Could be better, could be worse.
This is why I suggested at the beginning that GR2 for this computer would not be the best option.
It does that to me sometimes as well, so not really.
So I'm not alone. Very epic.
Is it on the ground? I do not believe that it is on the ground right now. I do not see a debris signature down and around these areas. However, I still do see some sort of rotation with the reds moving away, greens moving towards. Some general area of rotation now. Down around here, you can see the grays moving towards, the oranges moving away. right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Just kind of along a line, actually. A bunch of different areas where there could possibly be rotation. You see a little info notch here near Steven. There's also another one that's trying to form a little notch down to the east of Steven, almost directly near State Route 220. So down and around there, people need to continue to take their precautions as that continues to move off to the north and east. But still, as I mentioned before, tornado warning for Kitson and Marshall County. That'll be in effect until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
This frame is from 1 minute ago. Epic Games. Can we get a dubs in chat, please?
Not fully, because we have a report from the town of Daisy in Barnes County, North Dakota. Siding has been blown off a barn and bushes uprooted.
Oh, yay.
So,
okay. So this is probably going to go confirmed momentarily.
This was, that was in the town of Daisy in Barnes County, North Dakota.
Tell me that this was as of the last 30 minutes, Nathan.
8:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, so that was within the last...
That's 8 minutes ago, so I'll give you that.
That was in North Dakota. Somewhere in North Dakota.
At least I can get a frame that's reasonable.
But...
Though now my tilt is 0.7 degrees. God bless.
Oh yeah, mine is at 0.7 right now.
Okay.
But it still is doing its own thing.
Yeah. And this is headed towards the Stephen and Donaldson areas, and
it'll probably be heading
to intercept with US 75 and as well as State Route 11. So if you guys happen to be in and around those areas or know anyone in and around those areas, please tell them to know their safe space and take their precautions. This is approaching their area. Even though it does not look the best right now, it can certainly get organized within the next couple of minutes.
I would be more inclined to believe that this is actually heading more towards Donaldson. There's actually an area of rotation literally right along the border of the tornado warning, if you will, just to the west of the tornado warning. You can see there's a general area of rotation there too. Actually more prominent than the other one. So, I mean, there could be something that tries to form down and around there. And I wouldn't be surprised if...
Yep. We have a new frame, and I'm getting 17, or actually 18, excuse me, on top of 70s and 80s. So we could potentially have a spot of rotation right there. This is on the border of the warning, so this actually could even miss Donaldson to the west and head for Kennedy. That is pretty far out. But if you are in those areas, take your precautions. This is... definitely gonna be interesting. And
it's definitely a situation that's quite difficult for us to determine due to the fact of how far away from the radar this is. This is looking up 5,000 feet up in the sky, and this is slowly moving away from the radar. So the scans will continue to go further higher up and higher up in the actual storm, and we won't be able to actually get accurate descriptions as to what all is happening at the surface of the actual storm. And if we take a look at the correlation...
Storm relative velocity. Looks, it's a little bit more prominent there. And CC is just all messed up because of the hail.
Yeah. Honestly.
I could see where the spot would be though, if there was to be a spot. Crap.
Oh. Ooh.
There could be a thing.
Ooh. That's starting to organize a lot more, chat. I gotta say. You can kind of see these brighter greens, the darker reds.
CC and base velocity frames are off, which sucks because now we can't get the...
Oh, it's not on the ground right now, just by me looking at the reflectivity.
Yeah, for sure.
The velocities now do indeed kind of show, if I actually take a look at the storm relative velocities, I see a delta velocity, let's see, this pixel shows 52 miles per hour, this one shows 24, so I could see stuff in upwards of 76 miles per hour as a delta velocity. People need to continue to monitor that as that continues to move off to the north and east. So still one of those things where people need to, this could continue to impact people across the board. And if you aren't if you aren't careful and you aren't taking your precautions, this could potentially do some damage for you all. So definitely one of those things where if you live near Donaldson along State Route 11, down and around near United States Route 75, this could definitely be impacting your area. I don't see correlation coefficient as of right now, as I've mentioned before. That does not mean that it could not produce a tornado along the way, so something to keep in mind with all of that. What I am going to do real quickly, I am going to take a look at the storms from the Aberdeen radar, see if there's anything else that can form. There might be a little bit of rotation down near the Hollibird, near the Herald and the Highmore area. So there might be stuff down around there.
I see where you're looking.
I mean, you could see something in, down around there in South Dakota. So pretty interesting to say the least. Yeah, I would be surprised if something forms off of that. But still a bit ways away. Still ways away. 3D. Unfortunately, this is looking up 8,500 feet up in the sky, so we wouldn't really be able to see anything. But I'll still take it anyways, just to see where the winds, bro. 50 mile per hour winds. If you're in the path of Cristobal, here's the thing that I feel like it's easily commonly misinterpreted. Cristobal has maximum sustained winds of 50 miles per hour. It's not sustained winds around the entire storm. It's just one specific spot where the maximum winds could be sustained all the way through. We have a report from 45 minutes ago of a tornado in Falk County in South Dakota.
Yeah, didn't we see that?
We quite possibly did.
Police!
Oh.
I think we saw that. Chat, let us know if we're forgetting something, please.
Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Hey.
What did it say? I didn't see.
Becca Lynn, thank you for the super chat.
Oh.
The $10 super chat. I really do appreciate that, my friend. So thank you. I really do appreciate it. Oh my goodness. Let's see. More severe thunderstorm warnings. Great. Train spotter reports 59 mile per hour wind gusts in Barnes County, North Dakota. Some more gusty winds down and around that area. There is an inflow notch on the storm that I was talking about. So it's not completely out of the question. There could be some something tornadic in and around there. You can see the typical arch that I look for. So right in there is where the rotation could quite possibly be. But still, definitely something across the board, down and around near, give me a second. This isn't the right radar. There it is. Near the Hollibird and the Highmore area, definitely could see something of a tornadic potential down and around those areas. Actually, if I get a storm motion for warning, turn on the storm relative velocities, you guys can actually see that there is a general area, general vicinity of green surging towards the radar, the red's moving away, and right in the middle is where the rotation would be. There actually is now an intensification in that rotation. You can see the green's a bit stronger there, the red's a bit about the same, down and around, so just to the south of Hollibird could be where some rotation could potentially be down and around. We also have reports from 7 minutes ago from a National Weather Service employee 1 mile west of Richmond Lake in Brown County, South Dakota, of a wind gust report of 79 miles per hour. So
Dang.
that is some intense wind gusts across the board. Really is one of those things where going to want to continue to monitor that as that continues to move off. As the storm system just generally moves off to the north and east. Slowly but surely, but still intense gusty winds down and around that area. Let's see.
So,
I don't see anything. You wouldn't be able to see anything on the CC due to the fact of how far it is away from the radar, and how much hail there is down and around that area. So, correlation coefficient wouldn't be able to do anything worthwhile for the actual analysis of the storm. Still a lot of gusty winds. My goodness, heading towards Aberdeen. That is absolutely mental, if I do say so myself. You can see some velocities in upwards of quite possibly 80 miles per hour. There's even been reports in upwards of 79 miles per hour. So definitely one of those things where you need to continue to monitor this one as this continues to move off to the north and east. This will be moving outside of the Aberdeen area. It's heading into Aberdeen right now, but definitely one of those things where you guys need to continue to monitor that as that continues to move off to the north and east, as I've mentioned before. Let's see. Tornado warning for Brown County in South Dakota. That'll be in effect until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I am assuming it's for that cell that I was talking about. But let me check to see. No, that's for Hyde County. Let's see. Brown County is the cell out north of Aberdeen. So actually, that's really interesting to take a look at. They're actually seeing some sort of tornadic rotation off to the north of that. And actually, I do see something near Frederick. So if something actually forms down and around there, you can definitely see some sort of quick rotation, quick spin-ups. And there, indeed, there is the tornado warning down and around near Frederick. You can see the reds are moving away from the radar. Actually, the reds and oranges moving away. The greens kind of moving towards. And right in the middle, you can expect that rotation heading off just to the north and east near Frederick. So people need to go ahead, take their proper precautions as that moves off over there. Possible correlation coefficient drop, chat. Maybe some sort of inflow, but definitely something to where people need to continue to monitor that. It might be the inflow. Probably is the inflow. But, yeah, it does seem to be the inflow. But as of right now, it definitely could intensify as it continues to move on through. So, if you live along United States Route 281, you guys need to go ahead, take your precautions, get underground, and get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet.
Baby sail do 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 lol.
Seems legit. But Becca, thank you again for the $2 super chat. My goodness. You guys are absolutely mental. But Becca Lynn with the $2 super chat. I really do appreciate it. I really do. But yeah, if you live around Frederick, around United States Route 281, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. As this cell could potentially produce a quick spin up down and along the line as it moves off to the north and east, eventually to the border of North and South Dakota. So something to keep in mind as this moves on through. People need to continue to monitor that one. I do want to quickly take a look at the tornadic rotation up to the north near Donaldson. Showing some really intense rotation. I'm not sure if that's the alias, or if that's just the radar bugging out. If I go within the past few scans, there is some general rotation there. I will indeed admit to that. But as for the actual tornadic rotation, I do not believe that there is. Yeah, I don't believe that there is a tornado currently on the ground, or at least I do not think there would be. There might. I'd have to take a I'd have to take a slice down and around there to see what all could be happening there, but still something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Definitely something that people are going to want to take their precautions on. I'm not sure if this has a correlation coefficient drop on it, guys. Might be, but I think it's a bit too early to tell. I don't think there is a debris signature down and along on that storm. Definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Yeah, I'm seeing some velocities. I think this is actually de-aliased. There's something wrong with the actual radar returns because I'm seeing some in upwards of 126 miles per hour. And there it is with the latest velocity scan. It has indeed weakened again. So my theory has actually been proven correct. That I do not believe that there was actually anything down and around that area for tornadic rotation.
I don't get.
Well, the cell it's literally on the border of the tornado warning, and they continued it. So I'm assuming that they're thinking that it's something, well, that it's technically in the warning box, but meh. If you live near Donaldson or just to the west of Donaldson around State Route 11, you guys need to go ahead and continue to take your precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's go back to the tornado warning near Frederick. See if there is actually some sort of signature down and around here. Reds are moving away, greens are moving towards right in the middle is where the rotation would be, and definitely could be something to where something tornadic could be forming out and around that area. Very disorganized right now. I'd say high precipitation based, but still something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through as it crosses over the United States Route 281. Can I say, Bustia, it's 8:38 and nothing has happened except for one PDS tour? To be fair, alright, I do want to mention, to be fair, the 10% risk, the PDS tour didn't happen in the 10% risk, by the way, but I do want to mention that there at least, the 10% risk is quite small, and the main risk isn't really, there yet, but we'll see. Later in the stream, we'll see if this continues to ramp up a bit. But let's see. Bunch of stuff coming in from IEM bot. Storm Chaser reports wind gusts of 62 miles per hour in Edmond County, South Dakota. So that's pretty interesting there. Let's see. Still a 10% chance for tornadoes. That'll continue to go on to the evening. So they still believe that there is something down and around there that could form all the way into the evening. So I will not judge the Storm Prediction Center unless if they fail to put a high risk on April 20. This wasn't the 20th. It was the 12th. It was the 12th, wasn't it? Something like that. But anyways, yeah. It is doing its own little thing, I have to say.
Police!
Oh boy.
Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help!
Another dono.
Help! Police!
Is this the Krusty Krab? No, this is Patrick. Leedle 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 leedle
Becca with the $5 super chat. My goodness. Thank you so much, Becca. I really do appreciate the support. Oh, that's
To the
hilarious.
text. I'm seeing it now. The text.
If only you heard. If only you heard.
I'll play it back later tonight.
Still some general area of rotation down around near Donaldson. So something to keep in mind with that. But we'll actually take a look and see what this cell out in front is doing. General area of rotation. There still is some rotation on the storm near Frederick. You can kind of see the curly Q right within here. So definitely something to continue to monitor. A new meso discussion has been issued by the Storm Prediction Center concerning Tornado Watch 267. So that is going to be pretty interesting to read and see what the Storm Prediction Center actually believes is going to happen. But we'll take a look at the mesoscale discussion in a bit. But as this continues to move on through the night, we'll be able to
I'll
see.
actually read it out right now.
Well, the thing of it is that it has to load in first, which is the reason why I said it was going. We're gonna read it later.
I got it. I have it.
Oh, you got the text?
Yep. So it says severe threat remains across much of the watch. Storm mode is beginning to change. So cells clustering is down in the majority of North Dakota, and then discrete cells is up in that little 10% SIG area. So summary, the severe threat continues across most of Watch 267 in eastern North Dakota and far northwest Minnesota. The predominant storm mode is beginning to change it to a cluster/QLCS. A watch extension in time or perhaps a new watch may be necessary. So we'll see how that develops. And it does say in the discussion, a tornado threat remains and is likely highest in far northeast Dakota and northwest Minnesota. So that 10% SIG may really begin to come into play now.
It'll start to ramp up a little bit. We've got a report of a severe thunderstorm wind gust from the storm Outflow in Griggs County, North Dakota, which is and the wind gust actually got up to 70 miles per hour. So that's off of the outflow boundary. I want to mention that. The outflow. Not an actual storm, the outflow. So something to keep in mind with all of that down and around those areas. The severe thunderstorm warning for Dickey County in North Dakota will continue to be in effect until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The hazards for that include less than 3/4 of an inch size hail, as well as 70 mile per hour wind gusts and a tornado possible tag. So something to keep in mind. Something to keep in mind. People around there need to continue to monitor that. So, I have no clue where Dickey County is in North Dakota, but it is somewhere in North Dakota. Okay, so it's basically right next to the tornado warning down in Brown County. Is it pretty much over in Louisiana? Negative. It isn't over in Louisiana. You still got some stuff that could be impacting your general vicinity. But as of right now, it does seem as if it's just mainly going to be gusty winds and a hail, or not even a hail threat, a wind risk. Well, gusty winds, as I mentioned with the wind, and some flooding. Potentially a tornado risk down and around that as well. If I quickly take a look just to see, there are some areas that you could possibly see some tornadic winds, stuff like that. But as of right now, it does seem as if it's mainly just the gusty winds and the sporadic flood risk. So something to keep in mind with that.
And of course, if you're in Florida, be prepared for like 20 more tornado warnings. So that's just kind of how it goes.
Yeah. Just across the board, it's absolutely crazy. Last time you're gonna ask, where is East Dakota? No one knows. No one knows where East Dakota is. Yeah, there's
Did you
still.
see tomorrow's convective outlook?
I did. The 5% in Mississippi and Alabama is kind of interesting.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Not as much of a turnout in New Orleans as you would typically expect, but still could see some stuff down and around those areas. So, tomorrow's going to be pretty interesting. I will say that, chat. So, there goes the tornado warning. There goes the tornado warning. It's been canceled. So, no more tornado warnings for right now. But that could change within the next few hours, maybe even the next couple of minutes. So we'll actually take a look and see across the board all the different cells and if they're tornadic or not. Let's see. This one's closer, so we might as well take a look for ourselves. Severe thunderstorm warning for Kitson, Marshall, and Pembina counties in Walsh County will continue to go in effect until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. That has winds and upwards of 60 miles per hour, hail 1.25 inches in diameter, as well as a tornado possible tag. So that is the storm that used to have the tornado warning up near Donaldson. That'll continue to move on through to the north and east. A lot of de-aliasing, definitely some sort of rotation down and around that area, but nothing when it comes to an immediate tornado threat. It is kind of a bit obscured, I will say that much, so that is the good news down and around for those storms. We'll take a look, see what the long-range reflectivity is for that cell. A bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings have now been canceled. The one for Stanley, Dewey, Potter, and Sully counties in South Dakota. Two separate severe thunderstorm warnings both got canceled. So that is the good news down there, that there isn't really as much severe parameters, and it is starting to deplete little by little. There is still a decent little tornado risk in Canada, I will say. It is pretty interesting, to say the least. You could see some
I'd say
stuff.
that 10% SIG includes part of Canada there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. You can definitely see
I'm gonna
some.
just
Oh yeah.
look at radar scope, see what I have. Wow, see what I can get there.
Mm-hmm.
Because the radars there kind of suck.
Well, yeah, but if you just use long range reflectivity, you'll be able to see general comma head formations, stuff like that.
Yes.
We're getting reports from Steele County, North Dakota, from Luverne, just 1 mile east of Luverne, of a 64 mile per hour wind gust down and around there. So something to keep in mind, that people need to continue to monitor that. That'll continue to just move on through. See you later, Becca. Thanks for coming out to the stream. I really do appreciate that. You came out.
He also appreciates that you just donated like a bunch of money to him as well. So.
You can say that. You can say that.
Unspoken appreciation. Well, it was spoken when it happened. So
yeah. You know what is interesting? This storm all the way on the western side of North Dakota. Its echo tops are terrible, but it would actually look like a decent supercell.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a very contradictory pair of statements.
Look to the west of Bismarck, and you'll see what I mean. It's basically a right-moving supercell that's moving north.
That warning that includes Glenolin, Almont, Hebron, etc.
Mm-hmm. Hyde County in South Dakota reports ping pong ball-sized hail now.
That's nice. At this point, I quite honestly think it was 30% sig for hail today, right?
Mm-hmm. I
was
feel like
gonna
it's
say
fine.
I thought it was 15. I agree with that. Actually, in terms of everything, I agree.
Yeah, honestly, I thought it was fine. You know, across the board, there's still a bunch of cells that can continue to develop. Eating Doritos. This isn't
Holy
Doritos.
crap.
That's barbecue chips, my friend.
Doritos, bruh.
Blah. Okay.
Bruh.
This is indeed within the last 4 minutes. Nelson County, North Dakota 911 call center reports a funnel cloud 8 miles south-southwest of Lakota in Nelson County, North Dakota.
There's a tornado warning out for it as we speak. So,
yep.
like you said, that's going to be for Nelson, Ramsey, and Walsh counties in effect until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The weather spotters report the funnel cloud. The threat is the tornado and quarter-size hail. So that is definitely something interesting. I don't believe any of these had a tornado possible tag. So
the velocity still is kind of decent, though. You can kind of see how the greens are moving towards the radar, the reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So as they continue to move off to the north, that'll be heading off eventually into the Lakota area, down and around near United States Route 2, basically paralleling State Route 1. So if you live in any of those areas that I just mentioned, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions, get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This has had a report of a funnel cloud, so as that continues to move off to the north, you guys need to continue to monitor that, especially around Lakota, and even later towards the Brockett area. So something to keep in mind with that. Even then, State Route 35 could also be impacted later. So, really interesting.
Jesus.
I was about to tune in at 9:50 once David's stream ended, but I got stung by a wood wasp. Seems legit.
Jeez. I almost spilled another drink, and if you remember last night on call, Nate, that made me mad.
Now you know how I feel.
When Nate's Bluetooth craps out on him.
Now you know how I feel. Yep, definitely a bunch of areas where there could be some of these brief spin-up rotations down and around in all of these lines. There's the report of the funnel cloud. So as that continues to move on through, people need to continue to monitor that. Lakota, as I mentioned, still in the risk. Actually, let's take a look at the storm relative velocities. Yeah, there it is. So just the general areas of rotation. There's actually a couple, actually. You can see the greens moving towards the radar, another green moving towards the radar, red's moving away, the little red moving away. There could be a little mini rotation, but there's also a broad area of rotation just to the south and east of Lakota. So people around there need to go ahead and continue to monitor that. That is going to continue to move on through to the north and east, eventually crossing over United States Route 2. So let's go ahead and get some timings for everyone for both of these cells. As I said, literally be impacting United States Route 2 and almost immediately. This will eventually be moving off towards the State Route 35 area, almost paralleling it, but eventually crossing it near the junction of State Route 17 and State Route 35 in about 45 minutes. So if you live around there, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions, monitor the weather as that continues to move on through. Michigan City, near the current tornado warning, is the only place in Michigan that actually gets something interesting. Seems legit.
Nate, where are you looking right now? Are you still on the tornado warning?
Yeah, I still am.
Okay. There's an interesting mess of velocities in the severe thunderstorm warning to the north of the tornado warning.
Mm-hmm.
So, a couple frames ago, it actually looked reasonably decent. So there's a chance it could be recycling. I figured I'd just point that out.
Yeah, I mean, it is trying, but mm, it'll probably try and become more of like a linear threat for that one. Doesn't seem as if it's trying its hardest to become a tornado threat.
Mm-hmm. It's try hard. Wild. Yeah, that tornado warning still looks... I understand why they put it in place, but it doesn't look like the best thing in the world.
I mean, the risks across the board kind of depleting. I'm not going to lie.
Mm-hmm.
There is still some general rotation near Kennedy, north of Donaldson. I will say that. That still has a tornado possible. But doesn't seem as if it's doing anything. So, I mean, as I said, we'll have to see. But, pretty interesting. The tornado, well, not the tornado warning, the severe thunderstorm warning for Dickey County in North Dakota will continue to sustain until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. It does maintain the tornado possible, and it actually increases the wind speeds up to 70 miles per hour. So, one thing over there that you could definitely see some gusty winds, as well as maybe even a tornado. My goodness, what the heck just happened? New severe thunderstorm warning for Kitson and Pembina County. That'll be in effect until 9:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. That has the risks of 60 mile per hour wind gusts, inch-size hail, and a tornado possible. So something to keep in mind there. Definitely something to where people have to watch out down and around those areas. Right along the border of North Dakota and Minnesota, heading off towards Canada.
Okay, a lot of things just went out of effect just now. I can just close my tabs so much there. That looks weird.
Oh, for sure.
I'm looking at I don't know if I'm looking at what you're looking at right now. I'm looking at to the east of Lawton, northeast of Brockett. There's a little spot where there's a couplet, and on reflectivity it's just a dot. Which looks
You said
funny.
north of Locken? What?
North of Brockett.
Oh,
Brocket.
Where the heck is that? Is that in South Dakota?
That north.
Oh, it's in north.
In the tornado warning.
Oh, it's in the tornado warning.
Yeah, it's to the very
Oh,
northern
there's Brockett. My goodness, I couldn't see that for the longest time.
to the north and east.
I mean, there could be something there.
It's cute. Well, it's very cute. It's adorable.
Yep, to people in the chat, this is where I officially say you could potentially say the B word. However, do keep in mind that there was a PDS tornado with a wedge. However, the counter argument to that is you could say that that happened to 5%, into which I would say touche. So you could theoretically say the 10% itself was a bust, the 5% was not.
Nate, recycling south and east of Adams. This is in the severe thunderstorm warning to the north of the tornado warning.
Yep, I see it.
Looks like there's a little bit of a couplet there, and it's very, very rain wrapped. So I'll keep an eye on that at the moment.
I do love how the person someone said it was a bust and then literally produced a PDS tornado. I'm like, oh my
That
god.
was literally 10 minutes after.
That was hilarious.
This is why you don't say things before the actual event.
The 5% down and around near South Dakota, the border of South Dakota and North Dakota, probably should have maintained a 10% chance for tornadoes. The one up in Minnesota, honestly, the 10% would have been fine, but meh.
I agree. Meh. Meh.
You could have theoretically increased the 5% down and around the border to a 10. You could have.
The word of the day is meh.
GFS and Euro models show a possible subtropical system in central Atlantic. Yep. Probably won't impact the U.S. in any shape, form, or fashion. How about Mississippi and Louisiana tomorrow? We'll get to that in a second when we get to the forecasting portion and then even the final thoughts after that. But okay, that's pushing the limit. It wasn't a bigger bust than the 4th of May. Everyone literally expected tornadoes to
Nothing's
happen.
a bigger bust than the 4th of May. That was bad.
Everyone is expecting there to be tornadoes in Tulsa and stuff like that. And I literally said that it was just going to be a possible QLCS, maybe even a derecho. Maybe. And it just turned into a QLCS, as I mentioned. So not as bad.
Nate is big brain, chat, if you haven't learned yet.
I'm trying to get there. There are some serious parameters still all in one place. All it takes is one storm. The only issue is that all the storms are now turning linear. Storm mode has now transitioned from discrete cells to linear ones. Bigger bust than Easter Sunday in southern Alabama. Okay, southern Alabama did get screwed in Easter. We'll say that. But still, wasn't that bad. $5-4 was not a bust for Nate's prediction. Yeah, I've been on fire as of late. You eating Skittles or something? Yeah, I'm not eating Skittles. I'm eating barbecue chips. Lancy's.
First it was Doritos, now it was Skittles.
People apparently thought there was that much.
Sounds about right.
Let's take a look at the satellite imagery for, not that, for Mr. Wonderful here. You can take a look and see, it's starting to push off and across, over, on top of, New Orleans. So definitely something to where, Cristobal is definitely starting to kind of move a bit more to the north and east, starting to make that kind of curl that I was talking about earlier in this stream, the latter parts of the last stream that we had to divide. So, something pretty interesting. Something pretty interesting. Bobby Livingsworth what's up? Welcome to the stream. Let's take a look at the stuff out in front of all of this. We'll take a look and see all the models, see what all we can come across with all the different risks. So
You do that, I'll be back in 30 seconds.
Let's see, more severe thunderstorm warnings, and then the tornado warning for Nelson, Ramsey, and Walsh County in North Dakota. That will still sustain until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Still general area of rotation, but nothing really too much, too many tornadoes or tornadic rotation down and around that area. I'll still continue to monitor it, but let's take a look at the models and see what all we could be expecting over the next few days. Yeah, if we take a look at all the soundings around here, out in front of these actual cells, decent profiles. Actually, if something formed out and around here that wasn't linear, maybe some sort of cell, you could possibly see something attempt to go. You could. If GR2 wants to load for me, then I would be able to show you all what I mean. These popcorn convection cells might end up trying to produce something, who knows. But we'll have to see. Why is Cristobal blowing up a lot now? It's not really blowing up completely. It's just actually just doing its own thing, to be quite honest with you. Let's try and like spin off to the north and north and west, and now that'll continue to move on. Actually have more or less of a tornado threat to the east of wherever it goes, but still pretty interesting. There could be something that attempts to try and form near Grafton. There might actually be some sort of rotation there, so who knows? Cells southwest of Faulkton are moving. A supportive environment for tornado formation. Keeps eyes on that. Where's Faulkton? I don't know. What are your honest thoughts for me on Tuesday? Person who does things. You're in Arkansas, right? There might be something down around there. Not on the western side of Arkansas. Western side of Arkansas, as a matter of fact, central and western are probably out of the risk. My honest opinion. Cristobal Winfield will expand as it moves inland. Oh, of course. And as a matter of fact, with the convective outlook for tomorrow, there already is indeed a 5% chance for tornadoes down and around from Philadelphia, Mississippi, moving down along the border of Alabama, just to the north of the Biloxi and the Mobile area. So something to keep in mind with that. There is a tornado risk for tomorrow from this storm known as Cristobal. So definitely one of those things where people need to keep in mind there. And then there's also a decent wind and hail risk as well as a tornado risk in Nebraska and northern Minnesota. There was a 5% chance for tornadoes in and around Nebraska. Now that's kind of depleted a little bit. So it's kind of just on that borderline. Definitely could be something down and along there, but St. Louis, Missouri, I don't know. Well, if it's for tomorrow, then nothing's going to happen for you. Just general thunderstorms. I don't know. I can't remember where people
scary
live.
Storms.
Notice how Missouri doesn't get anything
Scary
right there.
thunderstorms roll shivers down the ground when the lightning hits the ground.
I will say, Tuesday they'll probably get something. Tuesday they could possibly get something.
Tuesday is going to be fun.
You're using Fargo radar and radar scope. Yeah, I occasionally use radar scope and stuff like that. But yeah, I use the Fargo radar. I'm actually got three separate applications. I've got the Fargo radar, which is the Grand Forks one. I've got Aberdeen already set up for me as well, just in case if there's stuff in and around those areas. A lot of gusty winds down and around that, I must say, but nothing really too much after that. And then I also have, just in case, the Bismarck radar, which also has the storm out to the west, producing a lot of gusty winds. Actually, a report of a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust from law enforcement, so something to keep in mind with that. Interesting. Large 10% hatched, one tornado report. There wasn't a large 10% hatched. There was a small 10% hatched. There was. Quite small. Only had one metropolitan city. It was larger, but then it depleted. It depleted this morning, so. I mean, definitely a bunch of different tornado warnings across the board down and around that area. But, you know, who knows? Who knows? Easter outbreak was a big bust in this. All right, people. I
disagree.
I think people are just saying things just to be blasphemous. I think people are saying it to be blasphemous.
Why you always lying?
Report of golf ball sized hail, 1 3/4 in Eddy County, North Dakota, 5 miles east of New Rockford. So definitely something interesting and around there. Tornadoes are God's vacuum cleaners. They suck the filth off the earth.
Ha!
This is why I pray to the tornado gods every single day. I literally say, "Oh my tornado gods, please do not suck me off the side of the earth and clean me. Like, just purge me from these lands. Please don't do that. I want to continue to bathe in your glory and dissect you. Amen." Or amen. Either or.
Florida shouldn't have gotten a 5%. Yesterday they did.
Oh. Yesterday Florida got a 5%. That was fun.
Mm-hmm.
You live in North Dakota. Well, welcome to this. Welcome to the stream. We're discussing what is happening in North Dakota and Minnesota,
And South Dakota.
True. Not as much for South Dakota anymore, and a little bit of Cristobal, and a little bit.
Crystal ball. It's pronounced crystal ball.
No,
Nathan.
it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Chat, is it pronounced Cristobal or crystal ball?
It has no L.
What do you choose?
Get out of here with your meaning.
I want to see what chat says.
How high up in the thunderstorm does the actual rotation of the tornado go up? Depends. Depends upon the intensity of the actual rotation. We can actually see that on the 3D scan. Here, let's actually take a look at the 3D in some of these storms. So let's take a 3D of the actual tornado warning. We'll be able to actually see precip is okay. The rotation actually spans up in some parts. There are some upper level areas of rotation, which is kind of interesting. But rotation could span up as high as the sky allows it to, or the conditions allows it to, I should say. So something to keep in mind around there.
So we have a crusty ball, a Cristobal, a regular Cristobal, which is really ridiculous. We have a cheese ball.
We have a crisp ball. We have a Cristobal. Yes, let's go, baby. We got
Broyles ball. Chris Broyles ball.
Honestly, let's think about this for a second, chat. All right. if the National Hurricane Center had a broils for their own, and there was a hurricane that was coming up through the coast, he would be able to predict every single rapid intensification there is.
Mm-hmm.
He'd be able to. I'm just saying. The track may be a little iffy because no one can kind of track stuff still, but still pretty. You could get the intensity basically on point.
Mm-hmm.
Check out the cell in Orient, southwest of Aberdeen. Get that quote look. Let's see.
Cristobal is
Orient.
a transgender storm. It had a girl name in the Pacific, in the Pacific, and then it became a male name when it crossed over Central America.
What if Cristobal is actually a female name? Isn't that an interchangeable name? Because it's crystal, and then ball.
Depends, but yeah, I guess.
It could be a female name. Could be. Could just renamed yourself. Still pretty interesting though, to say the least.
This is what it's come down to today. Us just debating about names.
I mean, true.
Seems legit.
I mean, we are starting to get to the point of the stream where it is kind of depletes, and then we'll actually head over to we'll head over to wherever, I don't know, do the Discord party or whatever. Not really a Discord party per se, but just relax. I probably will immediately watch anime right after this. I probably will. I won't work on my my stuff on Streamlabs for today, but it is what it is. Could be better, could be worse. So let's get into the forecasting aspect of all this. Actually, let's get to the final thoughts. That's where we basically go over what all could be happening across the board. So let's go ahead, get into that. Today, we streamed twice. The first stream was from 8 o'clock in the morning all the way until, 5:30 in the afternoon, evening. So 9-hour, 40-some minute stream of us basically waiting for Cristobal to actually make landfall. I basically said it made landfall, but the National Hurricane Center didn't. So we turned off the stream. I got some food, came back. National Hurricane Center still said that there wasn't any landfall yet. So we were just like, you know what? We'll do a watch party for Cristobal, and we'll also talk about the severe weather. Then it did its landfall during the stream, and then we went on to the severe weather. Every now and then there was some tornado warnings in Florida, and even some in Mississippi and stuff like that. But there were a plethora of tornado warnings down and around near South Dakota, North Dakota, and even Minnesota. We actually saw our first PDS tornado warning in quite some time. So definitely one of those things where it's quite exciting. We heard there was a large and extremely dangerous tornado, a possible wedge according to one of the storm chasers that was on that storm. So really interesting to say the least. But who knows as to what all could have actually happened from that, due to the fact of how high precipitation based it was. Later in tonight, you can expect anyone within the enhanced and slight risk in the northern plains to see more spotty hail risks and a widespread wind risk. Maybe not as much as tornadoes. You might see some sort of spin up every now and then along the line, but still something there to where people could actually be impacted by some sort of severe parameters, if you will. Tomorrow, just by taking a look at the Storm Prediction Center, there is a 5% chance for tornadoes due to the fact that Cristobal literally just goes up the side of the Mississippi River, kind of parallels that all the way up into Wisconsin into Tuesday and even Wednesday. So down and around there, day by day, be a widespread tornado risk due to its outer bands kind of swirling in and around those general vicinities. So something to keep in mind there, as well as a potential boundary that sets up from today's storms, a wind and hail risk for parts of Nebraska going up into South Dakota, little bits of North Dakota, and mainly southwestern to central parts of Minnesota. We'll take a look at that on the models, see what exactly is going to be happening with that situation. But you can kind of see tomorrow the boundary kind of forms, develops. Not really anything discrete. Maybe something in Nebraska that attempts to try and form. It doesn't seem to have a lot of curvature. There could be some straight line winds. Maybe a tornado if a discrete cell actually forms. Maybe. But we'll have to see as that continues to move on through. Definitely the photograph kind of favors it a little bit. But we'll have to see as that continues to move on through. And then the that kind of just, trucks on and has a nice day. And then as we go on to Wednesday actually has a marginal risk out for basically most of the Mississippi River Valley going into Texas, as well as towards the Central Plains and the Ohio River Valley. On Tuesday, this could actually be expanded further east into Ohio and Kentucky, and even into Michigan. I'd say they could potentially get something going on through, and maybe even Wisconsin themselves. Definitely some sort of wind risk, maybe some hail for the northern parts of the risk. Maybe the southern, we'll have to see. Definitely some sort of gusty winds down and around. And actually, mainly just a wind risk across the board. Maybe some hail, because there is enough energy down and around here for it to do so. Maybe some hail down in Texas as well. And then the chance for tornadoes will probably be amplified the further north it gets. So something to keep in mind with that. If you were to allow me to tell you what risks you could see specifically, I would say maybe 30% chance for winds, maybe a hatched. I'd say 15% chance for hail, and then a 5% chance for tornadoes down and around those areas on Wednesday. If we take a look at the models and see what all happens down and around all of that, we'll take a look at it on a national scale due to how wide the risk is. You can kind of see Cristobal kind of moves on through, moves up north, and it kind of merges with this little boundary that develops. So as it continues to move on through to the north, merges on through, forms these little armbands that moves off through Indiana into Ohio, as I mentioned before on Tuesday, and then a risk for some gusty winds, maybe some hail, forms down along on another boundary with another low that pushes on through near Kansas City. So there could even be a tornado risk down and around there as well. So something to be pretty wary of. Definitely some gusty winds, maybe some hail, chance of tornadoes on Wednesday. And yeah, that's practically it. Thursday or Wednesday, or no, that was Tuesday. Wednesday, there could be a boundary that moves on through in the mid-Atlantic overnight, specifically around Ohio, moving into the western parts of the mid-Atlantic, into the Appalachians. Could be something down around there that people could be seeing. As for tropical activity, I'm looking at something down and around here on the 15th through the 17th, just off the coast of the Carolinas, off the coast of Florida. Something could be forming. It could move off the coast, could move up the coast, and it could move towards Bermuda, down and around those areas. But still, plenty of time for that prediction to be proven wrong. But I am looking at something down and around those areas that could possibly see some sort of tropical development, in my honest opinion. Somebody asked if Florence, Alabama was actually going to get impacted by the tornadoes tomorrow, or the tornado risk tomorrow. They will have a small chance to get impacted. They'll probably have a tornado risk, but they'll also have another tornado risk. Well, not really as much for Tuesday. They might have something for Tuesday, but nothing really too much off of that. Probably doing better analysis than the Global Warming Weather Channel. Ice is melting, the polar bears are still drowning. Seems legit. Yep, so other than that, guys, that is my final thoughts. If you did like the content that I provided for you, and you want to support me, feel free to leave a like. Helps me out with YouTube's algorithm. Also, subscribe if you're new, and share it with other people who might enjoy the content. That also helps me out with YouTube's algorithm. And leave a comment down below if you have any questions that you might want me to answer, stuff like that. And down in the description down below is the link to my Discord server if you want to join that. We basically have some fun times in there. We talk about weather. We also mess around sometimes. But other than that, you know.
We mess around a lot.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
Mm-hmm. So, other than that, guys.
Lawn chairs.
Yeah. Other than that, guys, that's going to be it from me. My name is Nate. I also go by Hockey Boy Nate. That's Morgan in the background. And
Yep.
we will see you guys whenever the next tornado risk arises.
Whenever Mother Nature calls.
Which might be tomorrow.
Which could well be tomorrow.
So, who knows? But we'll see you guys next time. Peace. Always gonna take a little bit to end the stream.